Sound check. Sound check. All right, friends, with that, I do think we are good to go. I might have to drop some other notifications here and there. Let me just drop one for the Discord. But you can see my mug while I do it, I suppose. Actually, maybe not. That's creepy. I'm going to write the Discord. You guys just look at the screen as I get it ready. How's that? But yeah, if you're hanging out, Trey, what's good, dog? How you feeling, man? What you up to today? Hey guys, let me know what you got going on today. I'm just gonna drop a note for the Discord. I get Twitter and the threads, the Twitter and the threads a little bit later on. But let's go. Tell me what you working, what you thinking so far. And we are looking like we are good to wait. Good to go. All right, we'll rock with that for now. Duraludon. So you trying to do Eviolite Duraludon? Trey, are you watching from your app? Archulodon, got you. So you're not doing Eviolite. So I'm just curious if you guys see the gauge for the donation. If not, you know what? I'm just gonna put one on here anyway. Yeah, but do you see the gauge for the donation? Because I'm looking at the desktop version. It has a gauge, and there is no natural one from Twitch. The natural one's just not popping up, so that's kind of lame. Unless maybe there's something I can do. Let me see. Viewer count, stream boss, bit goal, Streamlabs charity goal. But I don't see one for the Twitch charity, so it's kind of annoying because I'm running it via Twitch. So let's just double check. And if not, I'll just kind of do a manual one. Yeah, I'll do a manual one, I guess. So give me a sec so I can toss that on because I want you guys to know. You see donate link? There's a donate link in the chat. You texted me what you can see? Okay, let me see. Thank you for that, bro. So I put a donate link in the chat. Yeah, so you can see that, but you don't have like a, you see like I have a sub gauge and a follower gauge. There is no donation gauge, so that's cool. So I got to put one on there. And like You only see gift the sub button, not a subscribe button. Let's see. Okay. So we are now at, let's do standard, let's do a condensed layout. Bro, you good? You good, baby? My kitten cat is being strange. We have my roommate's new dog in the house, so they're getting used to it and just being so weird, like all the time. So gotta keep an eye on them. And Trey, thank you for this other screenshot. Let's see. So your subscribe button is still a subscribe button, and it's not a donate button, which is what it's supposed to be. So if you press subscribe, it doesn't say donate. Oh, it shows both. Okay, good. It shows both. Okay, good. Thank you for that, sir. Very helpful. He said on an ad break, 4 of them. Hey, bro. That's what we do. What color do I want to make this gauge? We got to make sure you guys know how much money we're bringing in so far. And I can just update that as we go. So I make sure we doing it right. You know what I'm saying? But I also got to make sure it has the right brand color. So give you a sec to find that. The branding, very important, guys. There we go. You feel me. Yeah, you feel me. Appreciate it. Yeah, dude. It's just like I got that raid yesterday, and like I hope it was easy for people to figure out how to donate. But who donated the other day? Ivan donated the other day, and it was not very intuitive. And it's like, all right, especially when you're like trying to raise money for a thing. It's like you want them to, come on, what the hell? You want to make sure it's easy to donate. You know what I mean? Are we serious right now? The hell is this? Okay. 69A041. Okay, get that brand color. Okay, we good? Enter. Motherfuckers. Like, can we just get with it? Can we fucking get with it? Come on. Okay. Looks like that's good. Visual settings. Wow. This thing just doesn't work on they just don't want me to show you guys how much money we're doing. That's really not fucking useful. That's super annoying. Try one more time, and then we'll just keep going. Like the app, they got fucking work to do on this app if you can't simply even just see the gauge, because it's got it on the desktop, which is dope. It looks good. But why is it not on the app? So many people are watching on the app. Maybe most people are watching on the app, you know what I'm saying? So Twitch, like, get that shit together. And then Streamlabs, like, I can't even put this damn thing on there. Like, followers and subs work, but why does this not work? Like, come on, guys. Super lame. Super lame. All right. Whatever, I guess. We're at 100 out of the $500 goal that we need. That is my goal anyway. So keep it there. Keep updating people as it goes. Oh, thank you for that, bro. I appreciate you. If you can send me those, I appreciate that. Alright. Let's get this thing going. I need to stack back up. Oh, wait. I need to get back to what was the one before Masters? Either way, I'm trying to get to Masters. Still haven't gotten to Masters for the first time yet, so we working. We putting in some work. We do this for about 2 hours today, and then about 3 hours on DLC stuff or something. 10 holiday balls. Give me that. Can I get anything for 10? Sweet. Let's go. Expression. Anticipation. I would love that. We like that expression. Hell yeah. Not gonna waste my time doing all of them. And honestly, that whole ordeal just annoyed me. So I need to get into some play ASAP. Aeon coin boost. Cool. Battle point boost. Let's get it. So you're working on viable teams like you are playing in Showdown? Like what you got going on, bro? Yeah. With the screenshotties. Thanks, Trey. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I think we peaked at 106 yesterday, which is cool, and it stayed at like half of that for a while. So that was deep. That was cool. Ooh, haven't played Unite in a second compared to how often I was doing it. Actually, you can go there. I can go there if you're gonna be a punk ass. Yeah, we'll see about this. Who's the other player? Chandelure? What are we waiting for? The Blaziken? Yeah, where's he gonna queue up? I don't know if I like this makeup. They better be solid. We'll see. Dream contemplation. Not right now. Not right now. Not right now. Alright. Showdown. What you running with it? Or like, is Duraludon, are you using stuff you've used already and then tossing in Durala and seeing how that feels? Snap. Trying to build a team around it. Yeah. What is it that it does again? Oh wait, somebody told me it felt like a special attacking. Was it Hands? Maybe not Hands, or somebody else, but something that has a lot of HP and bulky. Good in rain teams. That's good in rain. Yeah, somebody might have said iron, bulky Hands. That's good in rain, especially, or something. Which sounds cool. Did an over push. I feel like that was solid. That time I over pushed, and I would have been killed by Leafeon if that had not worked. That Leaf Blade, that big ass thing, it's just slanging. I do love when our jungler doesn't play in the jungle when I could be leveling up and shit. This is like, we should not need three of us at this point to deal with them, and then you come and you help us and then we're winning. That's how I feel. Nice. Get them. And now we feast. Beautiful. What is one of the top laners doing down here? Please tell me why. What's this tree do? Come on. Jesus Christ. What did they just do with those floating chairs? Oof, not a good spot, not a good spot, not a good spot, not a good spot. Yeah, I guess those are two that I cannot take double up on. That is pretty aggressive. Pretty aggressive, guys, come on. I just hate people just not fucking getting the basics of stay in your damn lane. Just what was that Chandelure doing down there? Completely lost that goal unnecessary. Cool. Dun, 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 dun. Lord. No, we're struggling to keep up. Of course we fucking are. Real quick. Real quick. Leafeon does whatever it wants. Oof. So we just gonna keep losing Regieleki, huh? That's just how we do it. Really good to know. Jesus. That was a lot. Get them more healing. There we go. I guess we're gonna go for some farming. Cool. I do think Gudra and Chandler might be okay players, and we might be in okay position here. Yeah, I'm gonna need some support and okay, good shit. Beautiful. Good stuff. We'll go ahead and score this now. So get some points. We good. Oh wow, that landed as nice. Landed as 100 points. That's work. That was worth it for sure. As nobody's getting Rayquaza, they're in a team fight that they're not built for team fights. This team, not at all. We're good. Yes, beautiful. That's so crazy what makes them fucking quit. There's 90 seconds left. We have not scored yet, but I do think their matchup is just trash. Trying out different stuff, we're getting iffy results. Are you trying to hold different teams, bro? My whole thing is like, I'm gonna take a piece or two. Right now I'm thinking Whimsicott and Incineroar. See how I fit them on the team that I was running before. Which means I drop, for me, I drop, shit, I might not have an Intimidator even on my team right now, but I will use Incineroar. So I gotta look at who to drop, but I think those two, like Tornadus now becoming Whimsicott feels good, feels cool. Yeah, we'll see. But also, like, I guess I want to gather all the things that I need today, which I think that what completing the what I have to do, complete 200 mon in the new decks to get the Paradox mon. What exactly is that? Am I unlocking them? The new Paradox mon. I want the new Paradox mon for sure. But I honestly don't even know if they're legal, so maybe I don't have to press that too hard. $200 for decks in the new decks. Let's see. They are legal. They just haven't done the other ones because they weren't widely accessible yet. I already got a defender. Cool. the Scarlet ones work the best in VHC as of now. That's what I fucking figured. So I think tomorrow, between tomorrow and day after, that instead of like, I mean, I can do, yeah, I know. Get out there, baby kitty. Forgot I was jungling this time. Dun, 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 dun. And we're back. Yeah, Trey, thanks for that. One, if you have Prime, you can use that to sub to me so you don't have to deal with the ads, especially since you're the person I talk to probably the most on here. And then, yeah, so my plan is, and honestly, I might even do this a little bit later, to not necessarily speed run, but like get through Scarlet in the next couple streams and take it all the way through the DLCs. I think that'd be fun. 1, 2, I want my Paradox Mon, and I like those ones, and I think everyone probably does, or many people anyway, like those ones better than the future Paradox ones. Cores to work for Arch. Cool, man. Have you found anything that maybe it's not perfect yet, but feels promising? Like, you just got to figure it out a little bit more, then tweak a couple things and you're good? Like, you have anything like that you found? It's not perfect, but it's promising. I can work with it. Damn, this poor Rowlet's fighting a Mewtwo by itself. That's crazy. What a world. Ugh. Of course, I had no support. Why'd I stay? I don't know why I stayed. Don't ask me. This man. I need backup. What did it just do to me? These damn Mewtwo's are stupid. You're welcome, Zoroark. Don't die next time. Damn. I do think I felt like it canceled out my damn Unite move or something. And they both died still, so maybe it didn't, but we don't like that. We do not like that. Finish that off. Finish that off. You're not about to snipe. You're not about to snipe, you two. Get out of here. You're not about to snipe. You see, you were trying to snipe. Damn it. Oh, I love when I get to a situation I'm trying to run away and it works like 20% of the time. When it's like, ooh, I notice it right at the time and I gotta get the fuck out of here. We should back up. Fucking man. What is that thing that they just did? God damn it. This is not a good one. We gotta chill, dude. Close battle, okay. Doesn't feel that way right now. Does not feel that way right now. Ooh, they're retreating? Yeah, there we go. There we go, squad. Come on, go, 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 go. Oh, no. No. Let's see. Fucking A, dude. It was so dumb. So dumb. Okay. Well, we're just trash, I guess, so. Looks like we're focused on scoring. Shit. Ah, come on, dude. Zacian, dude. Problematic. In all formats. It is really hard to win when you stacked up with losers, man. That's just it. It's hard to win when you're stacked up with fucking losers. Wow. They're all ready to go, and I'm about to get fucking cooked. Yes, man. The boy Justin Tang in San Antonio. Is he on stream? Maybe we'll pull it up after this. If he's on stream, I'm cool with watching that, because this feels like shit. So ridiculous. Now the damn Venusaur is just gonna not play. Good. I love all the not wanting to do whatever. The Venusaur is gonna get some shitty penalties for not playing. He was on stream. Did he win? What's he running? Oh man. Lame as fuck right now. Drago, Fire Pond, Tornado, searching for water. Cool. So brought the Fire Pond back. That's nice. Well, this Charizard's so trash. He was never good enough to hang with me. He always had help though. As he cooks me and I just keep healing. That's nice at least. Oh, that's cool, man. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was. We definitely could have pulled that out. And these idiots trying to stop playing. Yeah, yeah. Is that a worthy opponent? A worthy opponent. That I am. Dun, 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 dun. That's what's up. You know, the luckiest shit I've ever seen. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Best of 3. Yes, as they typically do. Drago, Normal Terra, Dragonite, 1-on-1. Nobody's in the jungle, of course. These fucking idiots continue to be fucking idiots. Got down to like 12 health. 1-on-1 lives in extreme speed, got him down to 1 health. After taking, then lands a -2 Draco meter in the last turn after taking the big hit. Ah, so that's the lucky thing? He landed all his Dragos. Dope. I didn't realize it was so inaccurate. It's one of those moves. And I'm assuming this was not the Dragon Energy Drago then. No Dragon Energy. Dope. Jesus fucking Christ. This stupid targeting, man. John. Spread through the game to the final one. Nice, man. Great crowd control in there. Too bad they didn't do so with it. It's so fucking annoying. These cats fucking did something in here. I can tell. I gotta say, I'm really tired of playing with fucking idiots. Why is there nobody down there now? Like, come on. Break coming up, so you know. Yes, yes, yes. One thing I don't understand is how you shiny lock legendaries. Still lock the genies to Legends Arceus. I don't understand what your complaint is. Those sound like unrelated things. Get away. You don't want no smoke. Once you finally get one that feels fun, Defender is a very fun way to play. Completely get the shiny luck, but why aren't all the legendaries in the game? Because it's how you make people buy shit. It's all about money at the end of the day, bro. I do wonder what they're doing with the Gen 6 legendaries. Like if they're just like, yeah, not in this gen. If they are really afraid that Xerneas and Ivana would be broken if they do intend on doing it. Maybe this is the first time they do a third DLC. Maybe, could be. We got a ton to speculate about. Dope. Yes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Blastoise doing his thing. Now we run. And just try to survive somehow with this small amount of HP left. Yeah, dude, I was, shit, what did I say? What were we talking about? I definitely do not remember. No clue. I'm so sorry. Alright, they need this. Let's not let them fucking have it, guys. Come on. Come on. Nice. Papa made it. Papa made it. This is beautiful. Hey, Ivan, what's up, dog? Just having a fun time playing Blastoise. Had to freshen it up. Just got off work, we chilling. What's up, dog? What's up? What's up? Alright. Just got off work, we chillin'. I've just decided that I get so annoyed when motherfuckers don't play defense that I should let me try some defense today. Maybe not exclusively defense, but let me do a little defense today. At least a little bit, you know what I'm saying. Dope. Also, there's the Meowscarada thing. Did you get Meowscarada yet, Ivan? Different mine. play a third mon then. What rank are you? Not yet. I haven't been playing. Yeah, I haven't been playing either. Right now I'm in veteran still. I haven't gotten back up to ultra yet. And I got a ways to go. It's actually pretty fucking crazy how big the rank drop is. I think that's pretty nuts. What, 2 full ranks? That's nuts, dude. It's pretty wild. Like I get it, but damn. I'm gonna do Mammoth Swine or Bustle. Doing the swine. Actually, no. Do Bustle. Duraludon team, looking fire. Tell me about it. The people want to know. Masters drop to Ultra 5. See, that's not that bad, but Ultra dropping all the way to the end of Veteran, I don't know. They all feel pretty bad, honestly. I mean, 1400 ranks to Ultra 5 no matter what. I don't quite understand how the ranks even work when you get up there. But I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that's improvement in the game we want to see. Just like drop the rank, but damn. Because it's literally fucking brutal getting these ranks. Like, you know, you can get down bad on VGC, but this, like, it legitimately feels so trash playing so much of the time with how bad some people are in these ranks, in the lower ranks. It's just not fun. Does Mewtwo have a kimono? It's a like a sorcerer's like robes thing. Buzzing along. Yo, that Wildmon's about to kill me. Alright. Now we feel a lot better. Just gutting things. Only been playing the PvE event right now. It's finally kind of fun. Is that the one with the Cynthia thing or the Tinkaton thing? Tinkaton, who also, why don't we have Tinkaton? If we have a mini game, we should have Tinkaton. I'm sorry, it has legs, it has a giant hammer, it was made for this game. You know somebody is super excited to get Tinkaton and Unite, and we got to give the people what they want. Give me some of that massive amount of HP, dog. Oh no, the rocks. Fuck. Ugh. The Tinkaton one, dope. Does that one get you petals? It doesn't get you petals. I'm trying to do the Masquerada thing. I was thinking of just doing the Cynthia thing on whatever difficulty and just grinding the petals, but also I think I might be able to do that while ranking. I love SmackDown so much. It's so funny. Thanks for the sauce, Ivan. Because those count as games. Hell yeah. No, he got away because I smackdowned it. Why is it getting that much more HP back? That's fucking absurd. Punk bitch. So you can click SmackDown again and do a yes. I've done this before. It just depends on the situations. Thank you. Lord. Because it stuns everyone around too. Dope, dope, dope. Jesus fucking Christ. Leafeon is so dumb. The VGC casters playing Pokemon Stadium group matches on stream. Dope. I'll take a look after this one. They gotta set up in between, bro, and they gotta wait for rounds to finish, man. So they need to do random shit in between. Personally, that sounds great. That sounds like a real good way to spend time. Glaceon's 2, when it gets to sniping, is dumb. Thanks, Blaze, again. Appreciate you, bro. Imagine you're losing, already having a bad day, and a Buzzwole just grabs you and stucks its needle inside. That's messed up, man. That's an image I don't want. As I was doing before. Well, they put a lot of focus on me there, so maybe we're good to go on killing Rayquaza. Come on, guys. Come on. One of my cats definitely peed in here, and I am upset. I'm upset. Alright. We're ready to rock. Ready to rock. We look good. We're just going down the middle. Damn it. My drama made me miss the kill. Yeah. Good stuff. We like that. We like all that. Alright, guys. It'll be about a good time for me to take a break. Alright, so I'll take a break. Bathroom and snacks and such, but I will be back for about another hour of Unite. A worthy opponent. You better give me that worthy opponent thumbs up. Okay, let me see. We're there. Ad break starts in 45 seconds. Gonna force a longer ad. Alright, guys, I will see you in about 3-5 minutes. Sup, crew? Back at it. I took a few more minutes because my cat's definitely peed under my bed. It smells fucking gross. And I wasn't sure, so I needed to check it out and shit. And I am quite annoyed. So I cleaned that up at some point. But I was checking that out, so I needed an extra second. Ooh, let's try to shake off this annoyance. I get into another game. I'm going to check out these rewards real quick. Ivan, have you been working on a team with any of the new stuff yet? I'll get going in just a second, guys. Nada yet. Nice. So I'll tell you guys this funny story. When I was on the train today coming home from work, I ran into a kid who was playing. I say kid, he's probably in high school, so around your guys' age. And been theory crafting mainly. What you come up with, Ivan? But he was playing. I could see him in a PC box playing on the Switch. So I talked to him. I was like, "Hey, kid, give me your fucking shinies." I'm just kidding. I was like, "Hey, I play too, man. How's it going?" And he's a Violet player, and he already collected all the fucking things he could collect. He's working on the shiny starters and stuff, so he showed me some of his stuff. And I knew he was gonna show me. I was like, I gotta make sure he doesn't show me the Entei, because I wanted to try to see if I could like wait it out and try to make it a surprise if I speed ran through Scarlet. But he did show me, and that thing is a beauty. And yeah, they're way better than the stupid Futuremon, and I can't wait to get one. Where is my... One sec. Alright, we're about ready to get this thing going. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, just do another playthrough and go from there. I think 2 would be nice, which I'll have once I go through Scarlet. But if you want to stack up on the GTS to do shit, sure, do another playthrough. I thought that I would just play through, get everything on the Scarlet, which I told Trey already. Either next couple days, as what, like that, or maybe the day that I get up to 10 hours. That could be a good all day goal to finish the game in 10 hours, including the DLC. I don't know if that'll happen, but I might roll over to one of the other days. But I think that could be fun, just to do my alternate account with my girl character who I have my headcanon created for. I'll also show you guys all the Squishmallows I got for my nieces for Christmas. All right, we'll get a few more games in. Well, let's see how many of those things I unlocked. 100 of each is not that many, but More than I want to do. Log in. These are all about logging in. Cool. Does this get it done? Because I'm not logging into anything. That's the only thing that stops me. Of course I would post it, but I really don't feel like logging into this shit right now. Come on, it used to work. Alright. These things. Did I get another one yet? Why is this so annoying? Got it. Practice area one time in Masquerada. Sure, we can do that real quick. I'm thinking of Iron Boulder. And Iron Boulder, we said he was cool because he can bypass protect. Why else is he cool? And then Primarina. Primarina has that liquid voice thing. And Tornadus. It's going to be a bitch to get either the bolt or fire. But you don't, because you don't have Scarlet. See, that makes me even more so want to, like, not do anything in Violet today and just fucking start to get to work on Scarlet. Because I'm impatient and I want my Paradox Mons. Because, like, I got to get ready for Charlotte. So I got about a month. So I think collecting all the stuff I want to be able to have the options to have might be the number one thing for me to do. What do you guys think? Yeah, no one wants to trade him in Pokemon Home, so I'm not going to get him anytime sooner. Yeah, I just don't want to be like, I don't have this many of these things, and I have all these Mon. Like, it feels like I'm not spending my Pokemon time wisely. But also, I'm not gonna. I need to get to. I need to get to Masters in this game one day. Team rank up bonus. Yeah, we got to do that one day, Ivan, or now if you want. I don't know how far you are, how far you dropped. Let's see. I put up shiny legends and people just don't care. Yeah, man, I wouldn't get rid of mine either. When you just have one, like that's a part of the game that I think is lost upon because you have so many ways to get all these Mon now compared to the old days where you get one and there's so many checks, so you can't clone the motherfucker with Game Shark or whatever people are doing. Oh, you got back to Masters already. So, yeah, I still got to get back up there to be able to play with you. Cool. I thought, so like, now we have all these ways to get Mons, but in these situations, and they're brief because somehow you're going to end up getting it. Maybe. But a lot of times it's brief where, people are holding on to their Mons and they're not doing anything with them, And I think that's good because, like, some shit should be harder to get. And I don't think it should make the game, like, and it should still be legal to be able to play. Play the Mons, so that, like, what they're doing with the other two that belong in these families is kind of lame. It's like, motherfucker, I got on when I was supposed to. Why can't I use mine? Why do I have to care that these other motherfuckers didn't get theirs when they knew it was limited time? And you guys gave us multiple times to do it. Like, come on. Because people won't even do the trades to get them in their decks. There's no easy way to get them in your decks. Yeah. Yep. That makes sense. Also, back in the day, if you didn't get what you needed to complete the decks, you just didn't have a complete decks, and you lived with it. Which is what, like, that's the point. Like, okay, this motherfucker, like, is not going to give me, so I got to go extra links to get this Mon. Like, that's the point of the game. Yeah. You didn't get it when you could and when it was free. Yeah, you got to go to extra links. Scarlet players are literally gatekeeping, completing the decks. Yeah, I think that's the move. I think I'm gonna get to work on Scarlet and getting through both the DLCs. But first, I guess I gotta start with the actual game. That whole thing. Okay, you can only get one of the new paradoxes. Oh! Wait, you can't get... So if I'm in Scarlet, I can't get Longneck and Entei? You can literally get only one of them. Oh, okay. So you guys just confused me like the way I got confused at some point yesterday. Gotcha. Cool. I was about to say, okay, that's too much. Yeah, the last of your species. Until you play trainers that are, I guess, must be from another dimension because they also have the only one of their species. I should probably score so I don't lose to this Eldegoss, huh? I think it's Flower Trick is one move. Interesting. Dope. And double team. What? Man, I read something about this, but I really don't remember. What are your opinions on Masquerada? Ooh, there was some teleporty thing that just happened. I should probably read up on these abilities before I just hop in, huh? Yeah, have you played against any Masquerada? Have you had any opinions, Ivan? If it's solid, if it's interesting, if it's whatever. Pictures in Discord. The home, all the people I want to trade for another Raging Bolt. Nice. So Raging Bolt is the popular one. Thunderclap. You know, it's been a minute since I've played a version of full multiple times. That'll be fun. So Thunderclap and what? We're working with a bulky special attacker, something along those lines. So they can spend 3 hours to easily get one from Sword Shield. Do that many people really not have cub food that they would trade at Ogerpon for it? Because now you can get it fairly easily compared to before. Or is the legendary thing not as straightforward as I think it is? I know it's a lot of points, but I don't know if an Ogerpon is worth it. Worth it a cub food. Maybe, I'm not sure because I don't want to learn. Want to team build with a mod I can't get. Yeah. Well, if we're in any situation, once I get mine, if we're in a situation where I'm not using it or whatever, you could always borrow it. Or like, you know, different weeks on a tournament or some shit. You can always borrow it if you need it. Definitely open to that. As long as Daddy's doesn't need it actively, you know. I mean, you can get Urshifu before beating Sword Shield. Yeah, you can. It's very fast. 3 hours sounds long. I can't get Ogerpon without beating the whole Violet. That's true. I did like that the you could play the Isle of whatever so early into Sword and Shield. That was dope. That ate them both up. That's a nice one. Nice little one. Home asking for Urshifu. Or do they want Cub Fu? Yeah, I'm just like, I don't think anybody's that pressed for Urshifu anymore. It's figured out, you know what I mean? Ogerpon, sure, but I don't know about Cub Fu. Jesus. How does this heal? Oh no. I'm gonna die to the Altaria. I hope it is for your sake, bro. I hope it is for your sake. I believe in you. I believe in you and for you. Alright. Let this clock run out, please. actually killed me. Alright. Yeah, it's funny. It's like, while I may use like the boulder guy or whatever, that sounds cool. I'm not super pressed to maybe like. I really like the legendary dog paradoxes. I need them. I need them ASAP. Don't want to aim for a prize. I will take my little red dots. Okay. Got a few more. Energy rewards, energy rewards, energy rewards. Scored 500 points. Okay, it may or may not happen over the course of the next couple games. Let's see what we got. Yeah. Switch to my MacBook to view the stream. Trying to look at Pokemon Home and Twitch app would shut down. That's annoying. Alright. We already go. We already go. This thing just doesn't die. Lord. God. Wow, that Phantom really survived all that. That is wild. What the hell was that? portals. It's so dope. Come on, 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 come on. No. Lord. Should have stayed my ass over there. Wow, so many requests on home for the raging, whoever the fuck. Oh my god, Zacian's so dumb. Oh, that takes a lot of health. Nice. Hell yeah. Come on, dude. Alright. That's successful. The hell is successful. Team effort right there. We like it. They got that. I just kind of wish I could go help. Because it looks like they don't have that. Come on, guys. It's just so much. It's just so much. Yo, I got a shiny Puplin. Out Blake if you want to get the Primarina. Honestly, yeah, that sounds good. Keep it fired up, and I'll hop over there because I do like Primarina shiny. It's fucking gorgeous, and that's one I do want to prioritize getting. So after this game, I'll come over there. Just keep it loaded up, yeah. And we'll try to hunt the shiny. And then from there, I'll talk about going to... Honestly, I'm going to vote to surrender because that sounds so much more fun. Damn. Alright, they don't want to surrender. We're going to keep fighting. Oh. Cool. Shouldn't have taken that portal. So dumb, so dumb. We both hit our X speed. Lucky it was slowed down, punk ass. I love the chaos of playing with Hoopa. Someone's doing a really good job of communicating, and I appreciate that, gotta say. Mm. Come on, dude, are we serious? These two maniacs could make that happen. Yes, good stoppage, good fucking stoppage. But they got, god damn it, there's just too much. God damn, dude. What the hell is that? Mm-mm-mm. Oh, yeah, now we're attacking Rayquaza. Cool. That's cool. Awesome. Who pushed me back like that? With what? It's a good Gengar. Jesus Christ. Alright, Trey, I'm wrapping this game up, then I'm gonna hop on Scarlet Violet, and I'll see you over there in a sec. Ad's about to drop right now. Trey, I think I'm back from the break. Toss me a Union Circle code whenever you're ready, man. Isn't this the deluxe one? Oh shit, it's not. Is this DX? I don't know. Is that deluxe? Anything good? They had a character unlock DLC. I don't remember, man. I have like some special characters that I think are special characters. I forget though. I definitely bought a couple too. Yeah. It was a long time ago. I remember that. All right, bro. You trying to do this Union Circle? Yeah, I can slash Napoleon, Decidueye. Yeah, I have all those. So I do think it was that. Cool, man. Just random, working on random upgrades of this thing. But this is a new way to get money, right? Get a bunch of valuable things from this once I upgrade it enough. Like those nuggets. A few carbos. A few random terra shards. Very nice. I'll do one more. Because now it's starting to get entertaining. 10 jobs. Will it notify me when I can upgrade? Or something? Oh shit, that was special, wasn't it? Oh, you haven't used it yet? Or get me a golden drop, a star suite. Nice. Yeah, I think that's what your video that you sent me that one day was saying. That you get, like, it just gets you a bunch of shit for all the materials. So the materials just aren't random waste now. They are worth something. Oh, I need to change the game title. We are fixed. On my way, Trey. Damn it. Played myself. T. JKL. All right, join it. Ooh, I love this. And we have a call in from my cousin Trey. What's up, dog?
Okay, so for this, I'm gonna kill exactly like 60 of them
Okay.
because I know the stream might be a little bit delayed, so we gotta be able to keep the exact count.
Okay.
But I'm gonna kill exactly 60, and then you can just like hover
Okay.
behind, and then after we do that, basically us both moving around the horse in and out swans.
Okay.
So that'll be perfect to get a better chance. So I'm gonna make the sandwich. We're gonna go over there, and then I'm gonna count off 60, and then after that we could just sit there for 30, and then we could just keep remaking sandwiches until we get it.
Okay. So you do sandwich, and then you're gonna do the killing, and then we're gonna go from there.
Yeah.
All right.
We can literally, you can sit in the spot the whole day. It doesn't end until it hits midnight.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right.
All right. Great. This sounds good. This would be fun. Shit. What was I looking at before? So while we do this hunt, while Trey kills all these mon, I can pull up. Maybe I'll pull up the regional or something. That could be fun. I can learn how to do that. Also, I think I want to put my old outfit back on. So Trey, where we going? Oh, this is wonderful. It's so enjoyable. Just so very enjoyable. I think there was times in the old Pokemon games, which I love. I think I'm gonna definitely do a playthrough soon of maybe like a red or a silver or something. But it's so damn good. Think about how we used to have to play them. What ingredients do you need from me, Trey? Dun, 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 dun. Cool. While you check, where's my charger? You still looking, Trey? Okay. Let's see if we can do this. I want to see the screen capture. And I want it to do capture, not the entire screen. That won't work. Maybe I didn't figure out how to do this. And I thought I did. Do I have a cucumber? Sorry, bro. Do I have a cucumber? I don't. Here is... I can go get one. And you just stay here, and I'll go buy wherever I gotta buy ingredients and just get a ton of them. You got it set up? Do you see what I need? What do I need to put in? Only put a hamburger. Got you. And then Herba Mystica or what? And a red Mystica. Spicy. Got it. Let's see. Let me delete this one. Go back to the scene. Hello, friends. Back again. With bad lighting this time because I'm charging my phone. But I can't get these vibing lights. At least for my benefit. Okay. So, what we're trying to do, guys, is just look at a browser. But I can't for some reason. Capture window. Do I have to capture this window, dude? What about this window? Nah. Capture the entire screen is wild. But that could work, I guess. And Trey making the sandwich. Did you run out of cucumbers? Excuse me if sound goes crazy. Dude, that looks real good. Alright, this might actually work pretty good. Alright, Trey. What's up next, bro? So I'm standing and waiting for Trey. Fine. Put this in a place that is going to be good for you guys to see it, I guess. Which, if I'm just going to be standing there until we go actually looking, I can just put over here, I guess. Oops, not that. Welcome back, Trey. Oh, I accidentally clicked TCG. No, no, no. Dope. So Trey, let me know what you need me to do. I can see, so I'm doing this full screen thing, so I have to look at my other monitor to see the chat, but I'm here and ready to roll. Wait, are we doing another sandwich? Oh, you just did that because we had to get out of there. Got you. That was my last burger, bro. Last burger. Next time we do a sandwich, definitely remind me to like, yo, see what kind of ingredients I need and whatnot. Check my phone. Got you. What's up? I already put down the burger and the spicy Mystica, so I can't get out. Huh? Yeah, I already put it down. So we'll be good. Okay. Sweet. All right. Bye. All right. Trey is working on the sandwich still. So while that happens, we can watch some of this. Is the sound not coming through that? Cool. That's great. We love it. We love to see it. Let's see. Sorry about your eyeballs. Whoops, gotta press A. Cool. Yeah, it's weird. It should just be desktop sound, huh? What if I... Okay, here we do this.
Of Chiyu Fluttermane and Qianpao Dragonite respectively. But the Qianpao and Dragonite couldn't beat the heat, and Fabian Musicant came out victorious. In seniors, it was a thrilling 3-game set. Robbie Streich came out the gate swinging to take Game 1. In Game 2, Joshua Robinson struck back, his Urshifu and Ogerpon being the key. In Game 3, Robbie's Amoonguss was too oppressive, and Robbie picked up right where he left off in
Drop that down a little bit.
an LAIC champion. In the Masters division, all bets were off. On one side, the meta and previous international champion Marco Himante Caldera Silva. On the other, Brazilian hometown hero Thiago Latanzi, who hoped to grab an IC title in just his 4th official tournament and with an unconventional team. Despite Terra Ice Regieleki and Indeedee stumping so many opponents on his way to the finals, they were no match to Marco's board positioning and experience. Marco in a 2-0 added another international championship to his trophy cabinet and became the first VGC Masters player to win an IC in 2 different regions.
Marco Himante Caldera Silva is your 2024 Latin American International Champion.
LAIC kicked off the international stage on the road to Worlds Right. There is more global competition right around the corner, so make sure to tune in and follow along the action at Pokemon.com/compete. Who knows? Maybe you can be the next champion.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Pokemon Regional Championships here in San Antonio, Texas. We are down to our final top 8 match before we head into the rest of the top cut with the final top 4 matches. But we're going to go straight into it. Driha and Lendu here, behind the desk, making the call here between Judy Azzarelli and Raghav Malavia.
Yeah, Judy's got a very similar Regidrago, Tornadus, Urshifu, Ogerpon team like we've seen a few times on stream, including from Justin and then also just last round. And then he's up against Raghav, who is the last Hisuian Arcanine standing.
Yeah, sorry about the background, guys.
With
It's
this
a little
very
goofy, but
support for Swords Dance and Gambit.
Yeah, and these are all Pokemon that we've seen throughout this entire weekend so far. I mean, the King Gambit on Raghav's side of the field is a Pokemon that has shown how strong it can be. Wasn't really in top usage in previous tournaments, but it is paying off right now. As let's go ahead and take a quick deeper dive into the teams of both of these players here. And like you said, it's Raghav with the balanced team, Judy with the more Regidrago type team. So let's take a quick look here at the accomplishments first. So Judy of course, the world's finalist in 2014, along with a national championships top 8 that year. North American International Championships top 8 in 2023, and made it to the top cut at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships earlier on this season.
Yeah, had a really strong last few months, right, to be in the top 8. Have a
There we
regional
go.
just back in
I think
September,
that's good.
and then top 8 at NAIC this summer. Playing very well, but in the form that he played in to get to that World's runner-up position way back in 2014 as well.
Yeah, playing this Reggie Drago team that has shown how strong it is. There are 3 Reggie Drago in Top Cut, and Judy is a pilot of a Reggie Drago team here, trying to get it all the way to the top. So it's a strong team. We've seen it on stream a couple times now, and Reggie Drago trying to prove that it has value in this format as a very hard hitter.
Yeah, there's some subtle differences between these teams, but things that I have consistently are this Follow Me Ogerpon that opens up a space for Reggie Drago to go for Dragon Energy without necessarily needing the speed control from Tornadus, as well as the interesting air/icy wind Tornadus that we've seen a few times now, opting for more accuracy instead of Liquid Storm, the flinch chance that's won a couple players' games on stream, and the icy wind for extra speed control.
Lost hope for, but his opponent will be Rogov, who was the finalist in last year's North American International Championships, won a regional championship back in the 2019 season, and also has had a insane season this year. He's top cut a lot of regional championships this season. He top cut the Toronto Regional Championships as well as the Sacramento Regional Championships this
Crazy season.
Yeah, I believe both of those are 2024 season, year 2023 regionals just over the last few months. And he's here today with a pretty interesting team. Like I mentioned, the last Hisuian Arcanine standing. So if you're a believer that Hisuian Arcanine will win every single tournament this fall in North America and Europe, then Rogov is your pick. But instead of supporting an Tornadus and Urshifu composition, is supporting Kingambit, Clefairy, and of course the Landorus Incarnate, which we've seen been able to pump out so much damage, as another option to be kind of supported next to that Clefairy. Clefairy can open up space with Follow Me and Friend Guard for this Landorus to fire off Earth Powers or Sandseer Storms that can rack up so much damage so quickly against an unprepared team.
Both players are friends. They have been friends for years, but this is the first time that they're facing off against each other. Fun fact about both these players is that they were actually at a music festival together earlier on, just a couple months ago, I believe. So 2 friends facing off here in the top 8 at the 2024 Pokemon Regional Championships here in San Antonio, as we are getting ready to get underway now with Game 1 here between Rogov and Judy. Both players now getting ready to send out their leads as we transition over to the battle. Kingambit and Ogerpon with the Wellspring Mask are the leads for Rogov, while Judy will lead with Rillaboom and Urshifu.
Yeah, so an interesting position here. The Urshifu would love to go after the Kingambit, but of course it can Terastallize or just get support from this Ogerpon, which has Follow Me, to try to keep it safe. Meanwhile, the Rillaboom doesn't have a great damage target, and may actually be helping the other team with this grassy terrain. That's a lot of extra residual recovery for a team that wants to play in a more bulky way.
You can text me
like
for the next instructions.
But in the short term, it's going to provide fake out support
actually,
to give space
you can do the
for
chat
Urshifu to go on the offensive.
Now you search for the shiny freely. Don't kill anything.
Will take effect here. It will be the Kingambit on Judy's side of the field. Will Terastallize into the... Oh, sorry, it's the Kingambit on Rogov's side of the field. The Kingambit Terastallize into the Dragon typing. A very great defensive typing there, as Rillaboom will use fake
or just gets kind of walk back and forth between the water and the
and here's a close combat into the Kingambit on Rogov's side, but because that Terastallization will be able to take that very well.
Yeah, takes only about 40% from it and has its defenses drop, while Kingambit's able to get a sword defense off.
Shiny save in front of it.
So Kingambit now being able to...
Its shiny is
going to be huge with
what color is it shiny?
Attack.
Yeah, and then Kingambit
like
immediately
darker blue or something
because of the
grassy
terrain. So pretty well positioned here to start going on the offensive with those boosts, or even go for more boosts. There's still definitely a safe enough position from Arga's side of the field, depending on his goals. It's not easy offense to go after. Kingambit doesn't hit Urshifu especially well, and Rillaboom is so bulky. But Ogerpon can go on the offense very well with a super effective
pink collar.
Yeah. Also boosted by that grassy terrain that was set up by Judy's Rillaboom. So big damage being dealt onto the field right now from the Ogerpon on Rogov's side, as Rillaboom will retaliate with a Wood Hammer. Big damage, but Ogerpon will hang on. Now this Kingambit will be able to go for a Cow lead, doing some big damage to the Rillaboom and gets the huge knockout. So Rogov still sitting with all 4 of his Pokemon, but Judy down to his final 2 already after 2 turns.
Yeah, I mean, such a strong first 2 turns from Rogov. Just comes out, understands that he needs to spin the Terastallization immediately to get the advantage, and follows through on it, gets the Swords Dance, and then goes out on the offense. Judy left on the back foot on that turn, just takes 2 KOs back in exchange for Woodhammer against Ogerpon, who's not the big
there's a
priority
Froakie.
here, but now it's Regidrago on the field, and Dragon-type King Gambit has shed its resistance to Dragon Energy in favor of a weakness.
Yeah, so now this King Gambit will be vulnerable to these Dragon-type attacks from the Regidrago, whether it opts for the Dragon Energy or a possible Draco Meteor, depending on whether or not Regidrago might take damage. King Gambit on Rogov's side of the field will protect, does not want to get hit by anything from this Regidrago right now, as Ogerpon uses Ivy Cudgel, will target down the Ogerpon over on Judy's side of the field, does respectable damage, while Judy's Ogerpon will hit back and get the KO on the Ogerpon on Rogov's side of the field.
Yeah, the 2 Ogerpon swinging at each other with Ivy Cudgel there. The Ogerpon on Judy's side keeping its grass typing, meaning that Ivy Cudgel doesn't do that much, and Regidrago is free to go out on the offense against this King Gambit. This King Gambit would love to fire off Sucker Punches into Regidrago, try to avoid the damage that way, but the option for Follow Me from the Ogerpon on Judy's side makes that a difficult button to click. Judy didn't go for it that turn, instead went out on the offense, but it's one of those mind games like we saw with Sucker Punch earlier on in the day. It's never like a completely safe move to click if your opponent has options to not go on the offense, and it can make it a frightening button. Arcanine lands on the field here, well positioned to go on some offense with Rock Slide if it can find the time to not get hit by a Dragon Energy.
What's up, guys? You're just tuning in, hanging out with my cousin right now, shiny hunting Papio. So wanted to put the regional on since we have the option. You gotta just watch us drive around in circles.
Miss the Ogerpon, but will get some damage down onto the Regidrago here. But Regidrago is able to use Dragon Energy and does big damage to King Gambit. Almost gets knocked down on Arcanine as well.
Yeah, managed to dodge the flinch there, gets outsped with a Rock Slide, but takes the hit well enough to still have a respectably high base power Dragon Energy and deal so much damage back to the other side. The Arcanine will heal up some with the Citrus Berry and the Grassy Terrain, but is still looking fairly vulnerable. And that's a really critical Rock Slide miss from that Arcanine on the other side. Ogerpon probably would have gone down to a super effective Rock Slide, leaving Judy with only Regidrago left to play against 2 Pokemon. Instead, he's still got another tool available, and that could be pretty valuable for trying to land an Ivy Cudgel into this Ogerpon, this Rillaboom.
Rillaboom takes the field for Rogov's side of the field. So now down to the final 2 Pokemon on each side. It's the Rillaboom with the Assault Vest. Arcanine has already eaten away its Citrus Berry on Rogov's side.
What's up,
Here's
dog?
the Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon on Judy's side of the field.
Regidrago busted, yo.
Itself,
Regidrago it's so funny to me, like, what enabled it to now be better than it was earlier? Trey's been running Regidrago, and he's done it well, but, like, it seems like a lot of people are feeling it right now. What changed for it?
Against this Rillaboom. Rillaboom does not have Protect, and so if that's the Ivy Cudgel target of choice, it's there for the taking. But there's also the option to go after the Arcanine, try to prevent a Rock Slide from going into Ogerpon. A neutral, there's not even the option for a high horsepower. The Rillaboom really has difficulty doing any damage to this Ogerpon. So if Ogerpon were able to get a KO onto Arcanine, maybe with Regidrago's help, the Ogerpon will be able to have enough time to go after Rillaboom afterwards.
Here we go. Judy will Terrastallize a Pokemon on his side of the field. It is the Regidrago here, Terrastallizing it into a Steel type, which is very nice to remove that Dragon weakness. The Steel type Regidrago will also be able to resist those Rock Slides. Here's the Follow Me from the
Did our sandwich boost all water shinies?
As Rocketline uses Rock Slide, going to be chip damage over to the Regidrago. Does super effective damage, but Ogerpon hangs on.
I think right now Dragon Terra being popular is helpful for it. So that people finally figured out how to use Dragon Terra.
Steel type on that Regidrago,
all water. Dope.
Dragon Energy do
it's
so
against
much
a couple people yesterday. Luckily, it was the world's slowest Drago, so my Arcanine just outsped it. Yeah, I think right now, defensive Terra helps a lot too.
Strong turn from Judy there to use the safety of the redirection to make sure Flare Blitz wouldn't land into the Regidrago slot. Instead, it's just the resisted Rock Slide, which means the Dragon Energy can keep pumping out so much damage. The combined damage from all of those Dragon Energies is a majority of Rogov's team.
Yeah, you know, like what I really think about when I see the guys who always get up there, it's just like, yeah, there's luck involved in the game, and that's never going to be the whole thing. Like, never. So everyone who blames that shit, chill.
Force game 3 if he wants to move on to the semifinals here at the regional championships.
Yeah, at some points in that game, it looked so strong for Rogov. He was able to take the first KOs.
So
and
Judy won that first one
onto the field, but then that Dragon Energy just kept landing. It wasn't easy enough to break the Follow Me plus Dragon Energy damage output. I wonder if the Landorus Incarnate could be helpful here as another big damage threat against both of those Pokemon. And maybe with the speed advantage against Regidrago, it would help to get past the Follow Me, first KO Ogerpon, and then still land enough damage onto the Regidrago to at least mitigate the damage from those Dragon Energies. The Rock Slide just wasn't enough. You saw because of the grassy terrain recovery as well, the Regidrago stayed at like a respectable health, so that even though the base power of Dragon Energy had been lowered by that Rock Slide hitting, it was still dealing tons of damage. There as it lands to KO King Gambit and do maybe 80% to that Arcanine, just so much damage.
And then also, you know, when King Gambit terrestrializes into the Dragon type, it does allow it to stay onto the field against Rillaboom if it has a ground type attack. Of course, it allows it to stay into the Urshifu, but you also sacrifice its ability to deal with that Regidrago that's coming out of the back from Judy's side of the field.
That was really the story of the game, right? Rogov got a strong early game by using that Terastallization. Came out with King Gambit, immediately spent the Terastallization, had a very strong first couple of turns using that King Gambit to get a Sword Stance and then go on the offense. But he, in the process, he turned his Dragon Energy resistance into a Dragon Energy weakness, and then it was just too easy for Regidrago. Rogov may have to be a little more hesitant to click that Terastallization button, but if that's the case, you have to find a new way to deal with Urshifu. The team from Argov's side has several Pokemon that are extremely weak to Urshifu. You don't want the Landorus up against it having to take a hit. You don't want the Arcanine up against it having to take a hit. Rillaboom, of course, was the last Pokemon out for Rogov. It would love to fight against Urshifu earlier on in the battle if Rogov can find the positioning to make that happen.
And here we go, game 2 here of this top 8 battle. Rogov will lead with Landorus and Rillaboom. Over on Judy's side of the field, it's going to be the Golden-Go and the Tornadus.
Yeah, so Landorus is here for a little more offense, and Rillaboom is on the field immediately hoping to be up against Urshifu, but instead they find themselves against Golden-Go and Tornadus. This is immediately a threat of a ton of offense. A Tailwind and Make It Rain turn could deal so much damage here. Of course, the Tailwind isn't yet available because Fake Out could just go into Tornadus, and if Golden-Go does not have the Tailwind behind it, then Landorus would be able to just outspeed and deal so much damage with an Earth Power.
Yeah, the shiny Froakie. I'm coming. I'm coming.
To try to find the time.
I knew one was going to pop.
Yep, Tornadus using Protect here does not want to get faked out and have its Focus Sash broken. Rillaboom uses Fake Out into the Tornadus Protect. Looks like there's no Protect from the Golden-Go, so what's going to happen here? Landorus uses Earth Power straight into that Golden-Go and picks up the big one-hit knockout there.
On the beach.
Judy thinking
okay,
that
I see.
Get off
I'm going to walk over.
Make It Rain just gets attacked.
Yeah, Make It Rain or a Nasty Plot. Judy may be just thinking to play to double
also, for some reason, I assumed you were giving this to me. I don't know that you are, but I'm going to get in there like you. Oh, God.
On the second turn by having another threat in there. Instead, Rogov just makes the very straightforward play. Fake Out an Earth Power, and it pays off.
Thank you so much.
KO on Golden-Go before it ever moves.
I was waiting for it. I was like, with all these Froakies, I feel like one's going to pop.
Landorus on Rogov's side will switch out. Does not want to take any attacks from the Urshifu. Over on Judy's side of the field, Clefairy takes the field here. Again, we've seen Clefairy on this in this tournament, providing that Friend Guard, providing that Follow Me support. Air Slash lands into that Rillaboom, big damage, and here's a close combat in the Rillaboom. Rillaboom hangs on. Urshifu's defenses now will drop, so that will make it take more damage. Here's a big Wood Hammer from this Rillaboom, hits in that Urshifu, big one-hit KO.
Yeah, you don't need the defense drop to land a Wood Hammer one-hit KO on Urshifu. Clefairy's Friend Guard really paying dividends there. Allows Rillaboom to take that Air Slash close combat double up that Judy expected would get a KO. Eventually, he does get the KO because of the Wood Hammer recoil, but now Rogov
You're so dumb.
Stop. And two of the biggest attackers on Judy's side down, left with the Tornadus and one more.
And that switch to Clefairy was huge, just providing that Friend Guard boost.
Like, really Shiny Greninja looks so nice. It's so good. Look at Trey rocking his around behind mine. Scissor, are you fucking serious? 2 turns in a row? Let's stop.
Over on Judy's side of the field. Tornadus still Focus Sash intact.
Yo, like what is this Froakie doing? With Substitute. Quit fucking with me.
Yeah, I mean, that just went so quickly, but with Arcanine landing on the field
100% is about to use Bounce again.
Rillaboom and the ability to cycle that Arcanine in and out, the damage was just going to be very little coming from Judy's side. He was going to have a hard time fighting through the Eviolite and the Friend Guard to ever deal meaningful damage, and so just concedes that game after simply 2 turns of good offense from Rogov.
Yeah, so
the wild
incredible adjustments
Froakie is using Hydro Pump. If you're such a badass, why not just evolve?
In game
What?
1, but then
Did
not
you make
having
it lay
enough
down like
fuel
that,
in the
Trey?
tank to be able to get to the finish line of that game. Here in game 2, Rogov was able to take 2 big knockouts and also be able to maintain the momentum to continue and just put Judy in a bad spot for all of game 2.
Yeah, Rogov led in a way that let him be immediately on the offensive. The fake out,
Oh
and the
my
strong
fucking
earth power
God.
combination, and then just made a very safe play. There wasn't really any risk from Rogov's side with that first turn play.
That's
except for
awesome.
The double protect happens and you continue the game without the fake out option. But Judy takes a massive risk into that turn and gives up Golden Go, and then doesn't have the resources to take down Rillaboom the following turn, so gives up another Pokemon to this Woodhammer.
Yeah,
Why is Amoonguss
that
the reliable
battle
partner?
was essentially 2 turns before Judy hit the forfeit just to go into game 3 here. So Rogov did what he needed to do to be able to force this game 3, and here we go, game 3 of this top 8 match between 2 friends that have never played against each other, but you know, just knowing each other for a long time will allow you to kind of know how each other play.
It'll be fascinating to see the adjustments both players make. Rogov went out on the offense with a mode that doesn't
Jesus
seem
fucking
easy for
Christ.
Judy to lead into. It wouldn't have been any
Are we
better
serious
for
right now?
Urshifu on the
This
field
match
early
has
on in
been
the
so
game
long.
either. But maybe the Tornado speed control is the way to get above Landorus, and you just need a safer opening to make it happen. One where you can just double protect through the first turn, mitigate fake out, and then have the tailwind advantage. There's no opposing tailwind to worry about. If you can get
He's
tailwind down and
sleepy
get
now.
faster than this Landorus, then
Like-
you stay faster. than this
Yo,
Landorus.
hold
And
on.
so many of the Pokemon on
Please
Judy's
both
side
Z's.
are
Z's
huge
at the
threats to
same
that
time.
Landorus once they have the speed advantage.
This is why I need
Yeah,
to learn
so
how to
It's now about whether or not Judy can adapt.
screen
Judy
record.
did have the correct pieces. It's just that first turn kind of already put Judy in a not so
All right, I hope I got that.
advantageous position as both
That
players.
was
Now
good.
get ready to get underway here with game 3
And
of
timer
this
ball.
top 8
You
match.
right.
Here we go.
Shit,
Rogov
actually,
versus Judy. Let's
quit
get
playing.
into
Get in
it.
that dive
Game
ball. You're
3
asleep.
action
You're fine.
here in San Antonio. In this
Nice.
top 8, King Gambit and Rillaboom are the leads over
W's.
on Rogav's side of
Let's
the
go,
field.
team.
Ogerpon and Regidrago are leads over on Judy's side of the field, and great adjustments from Judy here to have these 2 Pokemon up against this King Gambit.
Yeah, Ogerpon very well
The
positioned
Greninja just wakes
here,
up.
to go out on the offense against these Pokemon. Makes it
All
difficult
right.
for King Gambit to set up without using that Terastallization to a
Sheet.
Dragon type. But of course, if King Gambit were to Terastallize into a
Back
Dragon
to our
type, Regidrago is
outbreak.
right there to go out on the offense. Probably doesn't mind landing a Dragon Energy into these 2 Pokemon, even if King Gambit
Those
does
tentacles
stay a
wanna be
Steel
caught
type. It'll
so
be a ton
bad.
of damage into King Gambit and really good damage into Rillaboom. Of course, you have to first worry about this turn where Fake Out is available. It's a pretty easy play to fake out the Ogerpon and Swords Dance, or fake out the Regidrago if you think the Dragon Energy is the bigger threat. But either way, you can't stop both from attacking, and so a ton of damage could come through. Rogov could also try to just get the Clefairy in against this Dragon Energy. We saw how effective that can be earlier in the tournament.
No protect at all. Rillaboom will fake out the Ogerpon. Here's a big Dragon Energy, but no Terastallization from the King Gambit. Both Pokemon hang on. Rillaboom pretty damaged right now, as King Gambit will use his turn to go for a Swords Dance here to boost its attack stat by 2 stages. So Rogov feeling relatively comfortable with that move of Fake Out and a Swords Dance here.
Yeah, Rogov takes the simple play and gets the Sword Stance boost, but pays quite a bit of damage for it. The Dragon
These
Energy does
stupid
more than
Finneon
50%
keep making me
Rillaboom
think
just
they're the
under that
Popplio.
King Gambit. And of course, despite having the Sword Stance boost, King Gambit's still the slowest thing on the field, still has to worry about taking an Earth Power or an Ivy Cudgel from one of these Pokemon. And
I'll
you
evolve
could try
it
to
when
Sucker
I'm
Punch one of them.
ready.
I'm not sure it's a KO into either.
Unless you're
And
trying
of
to,
course,
like, get them
if
to
you
run
just Sucker
around
Punch the
together.
switching slot while the other one goes on the offense, you're in bad shape. And Rillaboom
Fine.
doesn't really have the offense next
Fine, that's
to King
fine,
Gambit
I
to
can
help
do
with that.
that.
Rillaboom instead just going to switch off the field because it's not a big enough threat against
Alright,
either of these
my
Pokemon, and
offense,
it's better
got my
used to get in the back,
catchers,
come back out, and be able to
Dragonite,
use Fake Out again in the
Eevee.
future.
Rogov switches out the Rillaboom,
Got my
sends in the
egg
Clefairy
person.
to provide that Friend Guard. King Gambit will protect itself, will get access to that Follow Me next turn to direct these Ivy Cudgels away from that King Gambit.
Yeah, just
Where are all
a
these
small
random
change in
mon in
position
here?
from Murgov's side gives one extra turn of Grassy Terrain recovery to this King Gambit and lands Clefairy on the field safely into this Dragon Energy. Like we saw earlier in the tournament, the Clefairy can be so potent against Regidrago because you're immune in one slot and can redirect any of the partner Pokemon from Regidrago's offense as well. So suddenly King Gambit went from having 2 things severely threatening it to both being able to be redirected away if that's Rogov's goal.
Ogerpon uses Spiky Shield, does not want to get hit with a Kowtow Cleave or a possible Sucker Punch from the King Gambit. There it is. Clefairy will use Follow Me, becomes the center of
Also,
attention.
don't
Dragon
think
Energy from
during Shiny
Regidrago
Hunts
will
is
hit
it, because
the
when
King
you
Gambit
return
here, but now it's boosted
from
by the Friend
shiny
Guard.
can
Will
despawn.
still
Yeah, I got you.
probably be able to hang on one more time, but here's a big kowtow cleave from the King Gambit. Oh, hits into the spiky shield of the Ogerpon on Judy's side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good turn of progress from Judy, right? Lands quite a bit of damage onto King Gambit between the spiky shield recoil and the dragon energy. Despite the grassy terrain, King Gambit's still looking pretty low here and pretty vulnerable. The option to keep going on the offense with dragon energy means you aren't making any progress against Clefairy. It's going to continue to sit there at full health. But King Gambit is looking like it's low enough that this strategy of just going after it with King Gambit could work, and it's going to kind of force Bergov's hand to do something about the Regidrago.
Yeah, so now it's going to come down to how is Judy going to position himself here, and where is this King Gambit going to target? King Gambit could go for another protect just to be able to recover a little bit more, to have a little bit more insurance that King Gambit will survive another dragon energy, as the Ogerpon on Judy's side of the field will switch out, sending out Urshifu, who will exert a lot of pressure here as King Gambit does protect, trying to heal back some health because of that grassy terrain, as Regidrago uses dragon energy here, not going to hit into the King Gambit because of the protect. Of course, Clefairy is immune. Clefairy does get to move here, will go for a Moonblast, going to try to chip away this Regidrago. Does respectable damage, about 40% damage to that Regidrago.
Yeah, that's pretty important damage, both because it's chipping down the Regidrago and because it's mitigating the damage output of Dragon Energy. You're less worried about a turn that is follow me and attack now, because the Regidrago won't do nearly as much, and you can redirect the offense of the Urshifu away.
Let him out. Let his cousin.
Does land
Let his cousin come hang.
In a good spot. It's going to do more damage to Clefairy, and is maybe less of a risk to lose.
This is like my cat when he just wants to be under me, and it's like really dumb.
Ogerpon would have been. If you trade a turn of KOing Clefairy that has redirected moves for King Gambit KOing Ogerpon, then you may have a lot of difficulty dealing with Rillaboom later. But that same trade is a little bit more difficult for Bergov to make, because Urshifu resists dark, and is also more in Judy's favor if it happens, because the Ogerpon will still be back there to fight Rillaboom eventually.
Regidrago switches out, does not want to take more damage, possibly getting knocked out, because that is a huge source of damage for Judy. Ogerpon will replace the Regidrago here, and might have to take a hit for switching in as terrestrialization takes effect here. It is the Urshifu will terrestrialize into the water type to try to boost those water type attacks here. So how much damage is this Urshifu gonna do? And is it gonna just be able to pick up a knockout here on this Clefairy after it uses Follow Me? It is gonna be a huge amount of damage here. King Gambit uses Sucker Punch, does fail, does not land into that Urshifu slot, will hit into that Ogerpon slot, and here is a Surging Strikes from the Urshifu. Big damage being dealt right now on that Clefairy will bring it down to a little under 50% of its hit points.
Yeah, a great turn from Judy, who's definitely winning the Sucker Punch mind game at this point. All of those turns clicking Dragon Energy, while King Gambit just uses Kowtow Cleave and protects itself. And the very first time the Bergov finally clicks the Sucker Punch button, Regidrago switches off the field, brings in Ogerpon instead, so now the Regidrago is not there and you have two big offensive threats. You have enough firepower here to go after the Clefairy and then after the King Gambit once Clefairy is down. It means that King Gambit is kind of forced to Sucker Punch if it's going to get any offense off, and it's unclear if the Sucker Punch would actually KO either of these Pokemon. It could be close. But yeah, definitely Judy here on the offense with two full health, very strong Pokemon on the board against this now weakened Clefairy and King Gambit.
Yep, and King Gambit will be forced to terrestrialize here. Wants to hang on just to keep that offensive pressure on Rogov's side of the field. The Dragon typing is going to be great against both this Urshifu and the Ogerpon, as Clefairy uses Follow Me here, going to sacrifice itself, going to take a huge hit from this Urshifu here. We've already seen it do so much damage from just one hit, and this will only take 2 hits right here to KO the Clefairy. And now a big support Pokemon over on Rogov's side of the field has been removed, as the Ogerpon now will be able to get to move, will be able to go for an Ivy Cudgel straight into this King Gambit, does good damage, brings it down to about 32%, and here's the Kowtow Cleave, hits into that Ogerpon, and Ogerpon hangs on with just a sliver of health.
Wow, the fake Focus Sash Ogerpon hangs on with 1 HP. Bergov has spent so much to try to get that KO, so many resources. Spins Clefairy with the Follow Me, spins the Terrestrialization after being so patient with it to make King Gambit not vulnerable to Dragon moves. Finally has to spend it on that turn because of the position Judy has put himself in, and it's all to buy that Kowtow Cleave to try to knock out Ogerpon, and misses the KO. The good thing is Rillaboom has priority. King Gambit has priority. You're not too worried about having to deal 1 HP of damage. You still did the majority of work against Ogerpon's health bar.
You do have to be careful of an Aqua Jet from that Urshifu to hit down into that King Gambit slot before it can move. But yeah, it looks like
Should
it's
we
just
sandwich
coming
up Jack,
from Judy's side of the field just to burn this turn of fake
Trey.
out. So now Judy will have to figure out what the best course of action is now that the fake out option has been removed. And King Gambit will use the turn to go for a Swords Dance though.
What a
Jack
gutsy
is our
Swords
other
Dance from
cousin.
Ragov, understanding that the fake out is going to put enough pressure there to force a double protect. The Scrassy train also definitely in Ragov's favor, tries to get that King Gambit out of the very low health bar it's at and try to get Rillaboom healthier as well, so that if an Ivy Cudgel doesn't ever land in Rillaboom, then that health bar starts to look a little more difficult to deal with. And the double priority is still a problem for Judy. It's going to be pretty easy to target down this Ogerpon, and Urshifu can only go after one or the other, and it's going to have a problem with whatever it leaves on the field.
Yeah, so now this is going to be a huge turn here for this game 3. I mean, lots of options right here. Ragov has a lot of offense, but if Judy plays this really well, then it could spell disaster for Ragov here. As Ogerpon becomes the center of attention with that Follow Me, Rillaboom will use Grassy Glide, gets the KO onto the Ogerpon, so the Follow Me threat has been removed. Now, is this going to be a Sucker Punch into that side of the field? And yes, there it is. The King Gambit Sucker Punch connects onto that Urshifu and gets the big one-hit KO there.
Absolutely enormous, and you have to imagine that that second gutsy Swords Dance is what was necessary to actually pick up the KO on that Urshifu and use the double priority to take 2 KOs while Rillaboom and King Gambit just continue to slowly heal. And suddenly Ragov went from down 4 to 3 to up 2 to 0, but of course isn't through the woods yet. Out come Tornadus and the Regidrago. The Dragon Resistance is gone, replaced by a Dragon Weakness.
You have to watch out for the Sucker Punch.
It's going to be difficult to actually get that Dragon Energy off. The Sucker Punch is going to be going after Regidrago. Judy's played the Sucker Punch mind game so well so far, but now they're way more tense and they're way more crucial.
King Gambit protects himself this turn, wants to see what is going to happen over on Judy's side of the field. Here's an Air Slash from the Tornadus, hits into that King Gambit protect. Rillaboom will get to go on the offense here. Well, Regidrago will move first, uses the Dragon Energy. Gonna deal some spread damage here. Regidrago has been damaged before, but Rillaboom does get knocked out from that range. So now it comes down to Ragov's final 4th Pokemon, and what is it going to be to provide the support as Regidrago will heal back up, kind of giving it a little bit more Dragon Energy damage.
Yeah, it's a little bit of damage boost. The Arcane's Intimidate comes in not mattering here, and not sure if that's just a sacrifice Ragov was willing to make, or if Judy continues to win the Sucker Punch mind games, but he slips another Dragon Energy through, picking up the KO on Rillaboom. I think it would have been close whether if the King Gambit had gone for the Sucker Punch to KO Regidrago, if the Air Slash would have even KO'd King Gambit. That could have been a disaster of a turn for Judy, depending on how it played out. The King Gambit continues to heal and makes those Sucker Punches. Air Slash is less of a threat to King Gambit, and of course they're never a threat to Arcanine. So if the Regidrago goes down, the Arcanine's gonna have a great time on the field, and the Sucker Punch lands, picks up the KO on Regidrago.
Big Sucker Punch right there from Ragov's King Gambit. Gets a knockout on that Regidrago. Tornadus uses Air Slash. King Gambit hangs on as Hisuian Arcanine uses Flare Blitz, hits it in that Tornadus. Most importantly, breaks that Focus Sash, and it looks like Ragov has a huge upper hand here.
Yeah, Ragov should absolutely have the game. Tornadus just can never get through this Arcanine, who will just safely Flare Blitz. You can already see Ragov feels how Ragov feels about the situation, because no chance of Rock Slide miss there. Just the Flare Blitz and the Sucker Punch, and Tornadus goes down.
Yep, and Ragov Malavia is a semifinalist here in the San Antonio Regional Championship. 2 friends hugging it out. Unfortunate that they had to face off against each other in the top 8, but Ragov is going to add another top 4 to his list of accomplishments this season. He's already top 4 the Sacramento Regional Championships. He's already top 4 the Toronto Regional Championships. And here he is right now, making the top 4 of the San Antonio Regional Championships.
Cool. Yeah, just an incredibly strong season from an incredibly strong player. And just navigated that game so well. Took so much damage earlier on. Felt like he had to spend so many resources to get to the position he was in, with the Terastallization finally used. Clefairy gone, so many health bars low, but they were just high enough. They were still Pokemon around, and he had the priority on his side. The Grassy Glide and the Sucker Punch let him keep speed control in the game and pick up those KOs before Judy could even move.
Yep, and here we are taking a quick look at the replay of Game 3. I mean, King Gambit stayed on the field for the entire battle.
It's a lot of storage, Trey.
2 Swords Dances, which were absolutely vital for his game plan to be able to deal enough damage to pick up big one-hit KOs. Here's the King Gambit with a huge Kowtow Cleave. It looked disastrous because that Ogerpon hung on, but Rogov still had the pieces in the back. Look at those reactions. Everybody was shocked that Ogerpon survived with just one hit point right there. But this is the nail in the coffin right here. The King Gambit going for yet another Swords Dance to be able to allow that Sucker Punch to for sure get a KO on the Urshifu standing right next to it.
Yeah, I mean, that time bought with the fake out was so crucial to this game because that sword stance meant that this terrestrialized water Urshifu never got another attack off. And the writing was a bit on the wall once those two Pokemon went down. Once it was a 2-2 game and one of the Pokemon on the other side is a +4 attack King Gambit with Sucker Punches ready to go, things were always
Bro, there's always two, and bottom might be the other fucking, the other side.
You know, taking a look back at game
so you got to tell me if it's north or
Rogov
south
was able
on the
to pick
name
up
of the thing.
Big one-hit KOs, but just didn't have the pieces in the back to try to get to that
And
finish line,
what
as
the
we
damn
mentioned
store
earlier.
looks like.
Game 2, Rogov made some adjustments
Sometimes
here.
it's a restaurant. There's
picked
way
up
too many
2
restaurants in this
big
game.
one-hit KOs.
I
but
also,
had the
I
pieces
don't think it
in
should
the
be
back, and look
like
at that. You love to see
just
two
wherever,
friends hug it out.
but damn.
Rogov had all the pieces
this
in game 2
sells
to try
sandwiches?
to get him to the finish line, and then game 3.
You also
It
sell
was tough.
sandwiches?
There was a lot more maneuvering that was involved, but Rogov played it correctly. Rogov
Ooh,
was
what's
able
this?
to
I learned
navigate
how to
that
make some new
situation
sandwiches.
with that
Sweet.
King Gambit on the field. Terrestrialized at
I've
the
never been
perfect
into this
time
place.
as a Regidrago left that field.
Yeah, absolutely at the
assuming that's
perfect
not where
time.
I need
So
to go.
patient, staying as a steel type while Regidrago kept firing off those dragon energies. Got some damage onto the Regidrago to mitigate how much those dragon energies were doing. Used Friend Guard to make sure they weren't doing too much, and got the Swords Dance through that. And then as soon as it was off the field and it was up against a water type and a fire type, went dragon type, took that extra hit, and was able to sweep through the team. That game 2 was just so demonstrative. Like, won the game in 2 games. Like you say, the game 3 took some more pivoting, took some more play, but really followed on from the strength of that game 2 and what Rogov had learned about the matchup.
Let's go ahead and hear more from the player themselves. Let's throw it down to the lounge with an interview with Rogov.
Thank you so much, Rogov. Congratulations. I believe this is your 3rd top 4 in a row this season.
Yes.
Sacramento, Toronto, then took a little bit of a break, and then right back at the regional championships now. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. You know, like going into an event, I usually feel super anxious, but recently I've had a bit of a mindset shift, and it's been working pretty well.
All right.
Yeah, the first 2 regionals, I was like, you know, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm just here. I love this game. I'm having fun. Do super well. This time I was like, you know, I just did really well. I'm feeling
So
really
when am I buying,
confident.
Trey?
And I'm just really glad to see it pan out the way I thought it would. And yeah, I mean, I've just dreamed of this consistency, so I'm really happy.
I mean, if you want to talk about confidence, clicking Swords Dance into a double protect, that was such an incredible read in that game 3. I know that you made fantastic reads like throughout the set. Jody as well. It felt like you all were just neck and neck the entire time.
Is it cucumbers?
Dude, I felt like Jody was looking up from his Switch and staring into my soul. He was getting so many turns right. And granted, I was honestly pretty nervous and just like, I felt like I wasn't playing at my top form, but like, you know, I made the plays when it mattered. As for the Swords Dance, you know, sometimes you just have to do it. Like, I really wasn't sure if a +2 Sucker Punch was
get some
kill
of
his
this other
Urshifu.
random stuff that I see you have
It terrestrialized into the water type, so it lost its fighting resist, but I still wasn't sure, you know, so I'm like, okay, he's definitely double protecting. Why not?
Yeah. Why not, indeed.
All right.
How has King Gambit been treating you this weekend? It seems like it's the rising star from this tournament.
Bunch.
Oh my God, King Gambit is the
for
absolute
this
star of
especially.
this
You're
team.
right. We might
that
need
and the
a
Landers
little bit more.
Incarnate. So I kind of, my friends called these kinds of teams where it's like one guy, you're setting him up, you know, President Gambit, you're just supposed to protect the president.
So not King, President.
You know, I see how it could have just been King Gambit, but no, we're going to President, you know, it's modern society.
Yeah, democracy.
Exactly. Leave the feudal order behind. But anyway, back to Pokemon. King Gambit's amazing, and I really like that I have double redirection, so I don't have to run an item like Safety Goggles versus Amoonguss, because it's a little more protected.
Get off of
I have an
the
Ogrepon that's a
thing,
grass
because it's
type
making
would
me
follow me.
try to
So
select
once you
you
have the black glasses on there,
as the
Swords Dance,
destination instead of the fly
multipliers
point, so I can't
start
select the fly
going,
point
and
if
it
you're
has
on top of
amazing
the
base
Pokemon
stats.
Center.
So yeah, King Gambit's the GOAT.
I asked Joe Ugarte this earlier, and I'm going to ask you too. King Gambit and Regulation F, what are you feeling?
I don't see a format where that Pokemon is bad. Like, that Pokemon's definitely going to be good.
All right, I figured, but I just wanted to check, as I know it's on a lot of people's minds here
Does
this
that do
weekend.
something to the
But
60
for now,
kills
I
and
know
whatnot?
that you have a lot on your mind. So do you want to give any shout-outs before we wrap things up?
Just shout outs to all my friends who've helped me, Chemo, Colin. I'm gonna save honestly more shout outs for when I win the whole thing, but you all know who you are. I love you all. Just like, yeah, shout outs to everyone. Shout outs to my fans.
Yeah, shout outs to your fans. There's definitely some of them in the hall this weekend.
Making new ones every day.
For real though. Raghav, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck in Top Cut. We're going to be back with our first Top 4 match of Cut right after this break.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and, make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube. A lot of YouTube. Just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charjabug. It actually does pretty well right now, but it's also just, it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow. Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
I believe in a balance of that. What do you like and what actually fucking works? You can definitely get a balance of that stuff. Now we're Trey. Oh, flying there, Coastal Plaza. My bad.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Pokemon Regional Championships here in San Antonio, Texas. We have had so many rounds of Pokemon happen already in the video game championships, but we are ready now to move into our top 4, our first set of top 4 matches. It's going to be Joe Ugarte versus Gio Costa.
Yeah, 2 extremely experienced players. And what should be a pretty interesting match. It's one of the few we've seen today with no Tornadus on either side, and actually pretty little speed control overall. Gio's speed control is Icy Wind and Trick Room, but it's a little bit difficult to use. You don't want to be clicking Icy Wind with a King Gambit on the other side, and likewise, you don't want to be clicking Trick Room when the Amoonguss on the other side is going to be faster in that Trick Room than anything on Gio's side. So a lot of these Pokemon are going to probably play at their natural speeds, and at those natural speeds, Joe's team looks like it'll be able to go out on the offense. The combination of the Choice Scarf Urshifu and the Chien Pao put a lot of pressure on Gio's team across the board. Gio would likely answer a Choice Scarf Urshifu in a lot of situations with his booster speed Flutter Mane. It would be. It's
These
gonna
are
be faster
like Joe's team
than
right
that
now
Urshifu
is
and
like
threaten the KO
feels like
on
my
it.
ideal
But
team.
of course, Gio's got
Like
the
I
Terra.
love
Joe's
everything
got
about
the
this
tech.
team.
He's got
I
the Terra
will
poison on
definitely
the
would love to
Urshifu
see
to be able to stay in against that.
what's on it.
It's going to be
You
really
know, with
interesting
everyone
back
running
and
and all
forth to
that.
see how these two players manage the threats on each side.
Hamburger and
Yeah,
Red
and
Mystica. Thanks,
Going
man.
back to the
Got
fun
you.
facts about both players, Gio loves Dragonite, not running Dragonite. Joe, on the other hand, is running Dragonite. Joe also loves King Gambit, and Joe has King Gambit on his side. So it looks like players are getting ready to lock in right now. Looks like Joe already has his team locked in. As let's take a quick look at his accomplishments here. North American International Championships, top 4 last season, as well as a regional championship win from the Portland. Let's take a look at Gio's accomplishments here. A couple of top 8 finishes in regional championships. 2016 made it to the world's top 16, and of course the regional in Orlando top 8 back in 2016. But these players already know what they want to do. They're already ready to get started here with the top 4. Gio leading with Fergraph and Iron Hands, while Joe leads with King Gambit and Urshifu.
Yeah, no hesitation at all. Both players ready to get in this game. The Fergraph and Iron Hands are led from Gio's side, maybe actually looking for a
what's
fake
up,
out
man?
and Trick Room, whereas the Urshifu is out there but doesn't
Oh,
like
there's
his
no
matchups.
table.
There are 2 Pokemon that both threaten it and no vulnerable
That's so
target for
funny.
surging strikes, and so it leaves the field for
Did
Qian Pao
you
to
see
come
I
in
was
instead.
not getting a
Qian Pao's
table?
Sword of Ruin will take effect, drop the defense of all Pokemon on the field as King Gambit protects itself, does not want to get faked out, does not want to get hit by a possible fighting type attack from the Iron Hands either. Fake out lands into that protect slot, so Fergraph will get to move here. Does use Hyper Voice.
Still no
but,
table.
Hits into the King Gambit protect.
Are you
and
at a
will
table?
do
It looks
some
like you're not
damage
even
to
at a
the
table,
Qian
dude.
Pao, most importantly, breaking the Focus Sash on the Qian Pao as Fergraph will take some recoil from that Life Orb.
Yeah, I mean, a fairly strong turn for Gio, right? Doesn't fall for a psychic move into that slot, instead just uses Hyper Voice and picks up a majority of Qian Pao's health bar, while King Gambit just protects itself from the fake out. Joe still has to watch out for both these Pokemon. The Iron Hands is not easy to deal with. Both Pokemon out here 4 times weak to fighting, don't want to take a Drain Punch, and so the Terastallization is used to get King Gambit away from that fighting weakness and become a Dragon type instead.
King Gambit Terastallizes a very good defensive typing here for King Gambit to become the Dragon type. Fergraph protects itself, does not want to get hit by a potential Kowtow Cleave, or if it was going for an attack, a possible Sucker Punch, as Qian Pao will use Ice Spin here, connects onto the Iron Hands, dealing about 40% damage there, and here's a huge Kowtow Cleave, but it lands into that Fergraph Protect.
Okay.
Yeah, Fergraph smartly protecting itself from the super effective move on the other side, while the Drain Punch only lands in a King Gambit for about 40% because it dropped that 4 times weakness to fighting. But all told, just a little bit of chip damage on both sides. Iron Hands heals off a good amount of that Iron Spinner, and with the Drain Punch, and the King Gambit still took a pretty good chunk of damage. The Terastallization spent from Joe's side, but not for a decisively strong turn, just to kind of progress through this game and make sure that King Gambit can safely stay on the field in future turns.
Oh, just respawn entirely.
More,
I went to a mountain, my bad.
Ogerpon will take the field here, carrying that Wellspring Mask.
I'll be right back.
Qian Pao protects itself, does not want to potentially get knocked out by the Iron Hands, wants to keep that Sword of Ruin for more defense drops here. And here's a huge Kowtow Cleave, hits into that Ogerpon slide, gets a big one-hit KO on that switch.
Yeah, that's an absolutely massive turn. This Ogerpon may be pretty important in this match for Gio's side because it's one of the best answers to that Urshifu, which we already know that Joe has brought. He let it and then switched it out to the back. It's able to follow me away, Surging Strikes, and also deal damage back to Urshifu. But Gio's going to have to figure out how to solve that Urshifu without it this game because it switches into a Kowtow Cleave and simply gets KO'd.
And Gholdengo replaces the fallen Ogerpon here. Gholdengo is able to go for a super effective Make It Rain into this King Gambit, or sorry, into the Qian Pao, and a neutral attack onto the King Gambit. Iron Hand switches out, switching into the Fergraph, trying to prevent a possible Sucker Punch into the slot there, but King Gambit using this turn to protect itself, does not want to get
Are you at a table?
or not fall for the Sucker Punch. Here is a Sucker Punch, but Fergraph will protect that Sucker Punch over on Qian Pao's side, and here's a Make It Rain from the Gholdengo, lands into the protect slot of King Gambit, but will get the KO on the Qian Pao.
Yeah, a really interesting relationship between the Qian Pao and the Gholdengo here because of Qian Pao's move selection. It has Ice Spinner, Sacred Sword, Sucker Punch, Protect, no Lash Out or Dark Move that it can use if Fergraph is on the field. And so that Fergraph switching in actually means the Qian Pao can't easily deal with the Gholdengo, even though it has the natural speed advantage. Instead has to give up to Make It Rain, and the Qian Pao just goes down. But all it does is open up an avenue for Urshifu to come in. Urshifu doesn't mind taking a -1 Make It Rain. It's going to resist that move and threatens a ton of damage back. And then because the King Gambit's on the field as well, as long as it can take a -1, Make It Rain, you're threatening the Fergraph and making sure
get rid of your
Fergraph isn't able to use a Life Orb boosted move to go after the Urshifu.
Get rid of your Pignet.
So Urshifu comes in safe. King Gambit switches out. Amoonguss will take the field here. A very powerful Pokemon that has been around VGC for such a long time. Fergraph will switch out on Geo's side to be replaced by the Iron Hand. So Geo will have access to Fake Out next turn. Joe will have access to
I got my table.
Here's
I'm making a sandwich.
So this is a way to get Amoonguss and King Gambit out onto the field safely here, just being able to pivot using that U-turn. But Golden Go will get to move here. Will be taking a -1 attack from this Golden Go. So King Gambit takes the field, and here's another Make It Rain from that Golden Go. Big damage, but King Gambit hangs on, does some pretty good damage to that Amoonguss.
Yeah, still a pretty strong turn. That's still Choice Specs. Golden Go can deal so much damage. King Gambit now very low. Joe pivoting a lot to try to stay one step ahead. Doesn't just put a Dark Move into the Fergraph slot that would have hit Iron Hands and switches in the Amoonguss, but isn't able to capitalize with an Urshifu damaging turn. Instead, just U-turns out the King Gambit, who takes actually more from the Make It Rain than the Urshifu would have.
Yeah, so Golden Go on Geo's side terrestrializes in that Steel type. Gonna try to boost its Make It Rains because of the terrestrialization. Fake Out from the Iron Hands hits into that Amoonguss, but that Amoonguss is gonna come back a little bit healthier because of that Citrus Berry right there. So here's Golden Go with a Make It Rain, connects into both Pokemon, gets the KO on the King Gambit. Amoonguss hangs on as Golden Go's special attack will drop yet another stage, but a huge offensive threat on Joe's side of the field gets knocked out there. Joe really couldn't Sucker Punch because he had to be wary of the Fergraph from possibly switching in as Amoonguss takes that flinch.
Yeah, such a difficult turn for Joe because he has to be worried about what a Fake Out into that slot to prevent Sucker Punch. Fergraph switching in to block the Sucker Punch. But even the third option, the Golden Go using the terrestrialization to take away the weakness to Dark, also would have worked against the Sucker Punch. Opens up the space to just Fake Out the Amoonguss and go on the offense with a Make It Rain, picking up a KO. Now sticking this Urshifu on the field is going to have to lock.
Dude, do you see a sandwich?
For the rest of the game. Meanwhile, the Golden Go, still with 3 Pokemon left on Geo's side, has the option to switch out and reset those 2 steps of minus special attack, but it doesn't need to. Going to just stay in and go on the offense. That critical hit close combat is massive, though, into Iron Hands.
Urshifu lands a critical hit into the Iron Hands, picks up a huge knockout right there. No more Fake Out support on Geo's side if that Iron Hands could find a way back out. Make It Rain from Golden Go, lands again. This Golden Go contender just go!
Oh, a critical hit one way, a critical hit the other way. The game simply ends on a critical hit, Make It Rain into that Urshifu. Things were looking dicey for Geo. With Iron Hands off the field, it was going to be difficult to deal with that Urshifu if it was just resisted and slowly weakening Make It Rains, but it doesn't matter how weakened they are when the critical hit comes through. Gives that damage amplification along with ignoring those -2 stages of special attack and simply allowing Golden Go to one-hit KO the Urshifu and give Geo the game.
Yeah, so huge critical hit right there. That Golden Go was an offensive threat, despite the fact that it was still, I mean, it had used so many Make It Rains and was still out on the field, continuing to make it rain. So, tough critical hit there if you're Joe.
It was a really interesting match.
Not
it feels
bugged
like
at
a story
all.
of the day to see these King Gambits being
I should have
forced
taken the breath
to
further.
terrestrialize based on one set
What
of offensive
is
Pokemon out
this?
there. And then it feels like that plays exactly into the hand of their opponent, whose then main attacker comes out with their Regidrago or the Golden Go, and no longer sees a Steel type on the other side that would resist those moves and is able to just more easily go.
It
on
was
the
fire
offense.
though.
The way
It
Geo
was
played that
fire
match made
though.
it so hard for King Gambit and also the Chien Pao by having the Golden Go positioned at just the right moment with the Fergraph next to it to prevent any sucker punches. That just made it feel like there was no way.
Alright,
to
we
stop
got
those
all the
Make It Rains from
stuff
coming in,
still.
and they were so much damage. It made it very difficult for Joe to find the correct spots for that damage to land.
Bro, that
Here
was
we go
kind
now,
of
game
wild.
2 here in the first top 4 of the San
Alright.
Antonio Regional
The hunt
Championship.
continues.
Gio will lead with Urshifu and the Iron Hands. Joe changing up a little bit, using the King Gambit and Dragonite as leads here.
Yeah, so that is the single strike Urshifu on the other side, a dark Pokemon with the Wicked Blow. Up against the Dragonite, has to watch out for big damage from an Aerial Ace coming back the other way, but of course has a Focus Sash to try to keep itself safe.
Yeah, so the Fergraph will take the field for Geo, preventing the possibility of a Sucker Punch or an Extreme Speed. King Gambit will just go ahead and terrestrialize right now, becoming the Dragon type. Does not want to take a possible close combat. from that Urshifu or a Drain Punch from that Iron Hands. Here's the close combat into that King Gambit. Not even doing 50% right here as Urshifu will drop his defenses. Not going to matter too much though because it does have access to that Focus Sash. Here's the Dragon Knight with the aerial, big damage. Activates that Focus Sash. Urshifu will hang on with just 1 hit point. But now this King Gambit will be able to move. Might just be able to go for a straight up knockout in that Urshifu and does. So the double up into the Urshifu gets a KO on a big offense Pokemon on Geo's side.
Yeah, on its face, a really strong trade for Joe, right? You spend 40% of King Gambit for the KO on Urshifu. But again, you have to wonder if that just plays into Geo's hand because Gholdengo hits the field now with King Gambit already weakened, with the Farigiraf next to it to prevent Sucker Punch, and with the Steel typing removed. So there's no extra defensive transformation resources already been used, and instead it was used to take away resistance to this Make It Rain. It's so easy for Geo to go on the offense with Gholdengo, and there's no hesitation in going on the offense with Gholdengo. That Terastallization used immediately to turn
Do I just catch it, Trey?
those Make It Rains into just absolutely devastating attacks.
It's one, yeah? As well. So this is a hyperly boosted Make It Rain. King Gambit does not want to get KO'd this turn. Gonna protect
I'm
itself
not tweaking
here,
out, yeah?
This Dragonite is gonna be vulnerable as Gholdengo does Make It Rain here. Gonna land into this Dragonite, deal some big damage as it will hit into this Dragonite slot. How much damage is it gonna do? Big damage. Hangs on with about a little under 50% of its hit points remaining. Gholdengo will take its first special attack drop as the Dragonite is able to go for its
quick ball. It doesn't look bad in the quick ball. It's like yellow or whatever.
Dealing about 50% as Farigiraf will use Trick Room to change up the speed order here.
Yeah, a really interesting choice from Geo. I mean, that Trick Room immediately looks pretty poor for him. We saw the Gholdengo move before the Dragonite. We should expect the Dragonite and King Gambit are faster than Gholdengo. Both will have the offense to KO the Gholdengo at its full health, and so it's forced to switch off the field. Maybe you're content with that. You got a ton of damage onto the Dragonite, and it blocked the window for the Trick Room. You can play in Trick Room with Iron Hands and Farigiraf, but it kind of diffused his own Gholdengo offense in the process.
The fam!
Protects itself this
Here
turn,
with
does
the
not want
fam.
to
Let's
take
go.
big damage. King Gambit uses Kowtow Cleave into the Iron Hands, which was the Gholdengo, not very effective here, and here is a Stomping Tantrum in the Iron Hands. Iron Hands switching in, taking 50% damage right here. Does have access to fake out this turn.
I'm sleepy, my girl.
So Farigiraf will actually have to try to pick up some damage here. As Iron Hands
Primarina is like white, yeah?
Farigiraf will use Psyshock, landing in that Dragonite, picks
like
up the
the
KO
shiny,
right there. So
when it's Primarina,
looks
it's
like
white.
Geo's Farigiraf is gonna be able to get the KO.
Yeah, Farigiraf going
So
on the
Premier
offense,
Ball will be a good
Geo
one.
making the most of that Trick Room, confirming a speed relationship here with the King Gambit flinch after the Psyshock landed. It means another Psyshock can go into the King Gambit slot. Geo still has a couple turns of this Trick Room, go on the offense, but anytime you're playing Trick
Let's
Room,
see if I can
Amoonguss
one-shot.
is the thing you least want to see land on the other side.
Well,
it's
it's
almost always
sleeping and
faster
big level
than whatever
difference.
you have on the field, and could threaten a Spore that just breaks up your momentum, takes away those turns of Trick Room.
Let's
But it's not always a bad thing for Geo because of those speed relationships in this game where Geo isn't strictly on the Trick Room side. As soon as the Trick Room is expired, maybe that just opens things up for Gholdengo.
Yep, so Gholdengo will come back out onto the field. That Gholdengo is immune to Spore, so where does Amoonguss go here with the Spore? Farigiraf protects itself, does not want to go to sleep this turn, as Amoonguss does use Spore, does land into the Gholdengo.
So Trey, did you already get one?
Of the good as gold. Here's a huge
Or you need me to keep hunting with you? Or you don't even need me, do you?
Knockout from that range.
Yeah, just
Evolve and swim with it.
Joe recognizes that the Gholdengo can switch in to take that Spore. Something very positive for him is going to happen on that turn if he puts a Spore and a Kowtow Cleave into that move slot. Either Iron Hands is
Don't
going
mind
to
if
sleep,
I do.
and a big problem for him is going to be missing for a couple of turns, or the Gholdengo switches
Ninja,
in,
you
Geo
can be
trying
in
to
the
be
built
one step
box one
ahead
day,
and
but
block
you
the
will not
Spore,
be there
but
for
then
now.
loses that really pivotal Pokemon, the Pokemon that it felt like this game was building towards a culmination of Make It Rain.
Actually,
no
I shouldn't
longer
have
is
a
that the option.
shiny
It's going to be a lot more
Bash,
difficult
yeah.
for Geo to find the damage.
And here's the fake out from the Iron Hands. This is the last turn of Trick Room. Amoonguss flinches and cannot move. Farigiraf will use Hyper Voice, gets the KO on the King Gambit as the Trick Room will expire after this turn. Joe still has one more Pokemon
Shiny,
in the back
but not
to go
being
up
used
with
in
this
battle.
Amoonguss to face off against
These
Geo's
are not
last two
meta.
Pokemon as Farigiraf takes more chip
Greninja,
damage
you go
here.
over there.
So what is this last Pokemon?
You
It is
over
the
there,
Qian Pao
Greninja.
over on Joe's side, which
You too, Golem.
kind of has.
You can come over here, Dust
the Sword
Golem.
of
We'll
Rune's
get you
gonna
in there
be big here
eventually.
because the defenses are going to drop on Iron Hands and Farigiraf.
Okay, so we're
Yeah,
in the Primarina.
defenses are
There
dropped,
we
but it
go.
feels like the Qian Pao is just
Go.
up against too much. It doesn't have a dark move to go after this Farigiraf. Doesn't feel like an Ice Spinner is going to do enough damage to KO. The Farigiraf has the psychic move to just KO Amoonguss. And if the Amoonguss goes down, Iron Hands will easily
Oh, that
deal with the Iron
battle's still
Hands. So
gone.
instead,
We'll
Qian Pao
let
has
that
to
battle
prioritize
keep
going
going.
after the Iron Hands. Is it enough damage? It is not.
Iron Hands hangs on with just a sliver of hit points here as the Side Shock lands into Amoonguss. Amoonguss gets knocked out, so it's going to be the Chien-Pao remaining versus the two Pokemon on Geo's side, the Iron Hands and the Farigiraf. Here's a huge Drain Punch on that Chien-Pao. Bring it down to its Focus Sash. 1 hit point remaining. Critical hit. Doesn't matter at all, and Iron Hands will just heal right back up.
And with only single targeting moves from that Chien-Pao, Geo will be able to land a 100% accurate move with one Pokemon or the other and take this game. I'm fascinated by the way Geo played his way through this. It felt like a needle in the haystack to find this avenue through the game, using the Trick Room that felt like it just gave Joe the speed advantage.
Just like my duck was.
Trick Room. The only Pokemon that really benefited from that Trick Room was the Farigiraf that set the Trick Room.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I didn't give two shits about gender, like whatever, but
against the Amoonguss to land the
they have the boy thing for all the starters, and I'm just kind of like,
and there it is. Geo picks up the KO.
You guys are definitely going on some gendering, like sort of ideals. So why is Primarina not mostly women, but mostly female?
Defeating Joe Garte
gorgeous.
In an exciting
gorgeous. I'm very happy with this one, and I'm excited to use it.
That was such a well-played game by Geo.
Yeah, so many players would just miss that path, miss that opportunity to Trick Room and try to use Farigiraf on the offense. It felt like Golden Go was well positioned, but Geo recognized he got one big hit from the Golden Go, made Golden Go Joe's target, and then found the damage with the Farigiraf, the Life Orb Farigiraf that can really do a ton of damage, and was able to carry Geo through that game. I'm just so impressed.
Yeah, so well played set from both players. Let's take a quick look at the Game 3 replay here. You know, Geo, starting off, had that Urshifu just almost get immediately knocked out, but like you said, that allowed Geo to be able to pivot into a safer option there. The Golden Go with that Farigiraf right next to it really prevented that King Gambit from being able to do much, as well as the Dragonite not being able to extreme speed.
Oh wow,
so
that's pretty
really
cool.
Well maneuvered
that makes
by
sense.
Geo to try to navigate this game 2 here against Joe.
That's water effect.
Yeah, was able to force the
I'm using this thing.
Not only made it easier
this
for
is
Golden
supposed to be, you know, she's supposed to be kind of decent, yeah?
To deal with King Gambit, who would have never been able to KO a Dark and Steel type King Gambit, and so forcing that Terastallization on the first turn was key to how Geo made his way through this game. And then, like you said, the Armor Tail also key to how Geo played this game. So many priority options available from Joe's side, but none of them work when Armor Tail and Farigiraf is sitting there.
Yeah, so Farigiraf, very strong partner Pokemon to have. Just being able to prevent those priority moves from landing onto your side of the field, prevents fake out, prevents those sucker punches. So again, you know, Geo played that so magnificently, like you said as well. That Urshifu kind of
I'm gonna go over here and
kind of drew away all the
her.
attention, got knocked out, but also forced that Terastallization was so good by Geo to open up opportunities for that Choice Specs Golden Go to come in towards the end.
Yeah, to open up opportunities for two Pokemon, it felt like kind of a hidden attack there, where the Golden Go drew so much attention. You remember in the middle there was a turn where the Kowtow Cleave, I think, could have landed into Farigiraf, but instead had to be drawn into the Golden Go because
that's what I thought. It counters both Urshifu and Incineroar. You might have told me that. I was like, somebody wise told me about this.
Had Terastallized, but the Farigiraf was there right behind it, ready to do the exact same thing.
And of course, Geo used that to maneuver into the finals. Len, that's just our first top 4 match. There's another top 4 match coming up here in San Antonio, but we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break. Stay tuned because you don't want to miss any more action here from San Antonio. Stay tuned.
All right. That, I think, is enough of that. For now, anyway.
Behind.
At least. We'll just close that, at least. Or maybe I'll put it on if I'm on a break or something. Okay, now it stays open, then you get open, and then we say good night to that. Dope. Trying to go for Oshawott. Not particularly. Is Oshawott going to be meta relevant? That's why I wanted to do the Poplio. And that's also why I want the Incineroar, because it's going to be meta relevant. Do you have is Oshawott like popping up? No, but the Hisuian shiny is golden. Do you have an outbreak for Oshawott? If you have an outbreak, I'm down for that. No, we didn't end up getting it because I didn't have time. But I mean, if you're gonna cycle for Oshawott, he's up there, and we have the water sandwich right now. Okay, let's do it. If we're gonna do it, let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Yeah, if we're gonna do it, let's do it. I'll put the regional back up while we hunt. Might as well. Polar Classroom? Polar Plaza. Alright, let me put the regional back up since we're gonna do this thing.
The Teal Mask is a Pokemon with an adorable complexion, but one with immense power. The DLC's flagship Pokemon is one you need to prepare for or even use in Regulation Set E. At a glance, Ogerpon has high attack.
Alright.
If I have one tip for a new trainer to the game, I would say it's to build relationships. And you rely on others for tips and advice to become a better trainer and improve on yourself to become better at the game.
There's literally a place called
I'd say the main thing that really comes into it is like three important things. Having people that are like solid that you can practice with. Also, you know, being very disciplined when you practice, trying to really just improve the most you can. And the final tip, honestly, is just have fun. I feel like when you're enjoying yourself, it's a lot easier to just grow from your experiences, and you get a lot more out of playing.
Play your own game and don't be discouraged by the results. If you stick with it and stay consistent, you will improve and really enjoy the game.
Look at resources for Pokemon Go PvP, whether that's content creators that can help you learn the basics and the fundamentals of the game,
so
like your move
important.
timing, like your typings, and just having fun with it.
Are you at
not
the
being too hard on
outbreak
yourself.
tray?
Practice as much as you can so you know your team well
I'm
going into a
assuming that you
tournament.
are
And
the random
in the end,
Greninja.
just trust your instincts and trust your gut in making those decisions.
It would be applying a growth mindset, especially during your practice. Look back, analyze your games, think about what you could have done better. There's a lot of variables in Pokemon, and there's like a lot of what-if scenarios. So
I do love Oshawott. So what does its shiny look like? Can you
should
you
take
pick
everything one step
or
at a
describe
time.
it?
Don't think about top 8. Don't think about winning. Think about the game ahead of you. Set your goals realistically, and focus on your game. Don't focus on anyone else's. Don't focus on anything else. Just play your game and have some fun.
Oh, you're killing me. Okay, cool. I forgot about that part.
And welcome back to the San Antonio Regional Championships. We're technically in the top
Thank you if you are joining us here. Currently now hunting a shiny Oshawott, and just got this beauty. Oh Jesus! Just got this beauty.
Just as exciting. I am Joe Brown, joined
Ta-da.
by Jake Muller.
Super
We've
happy.
had an amazing weekend, honestly. All of our matches yesterday and today has just been so awesome here in San Antonio. The venue's been great. Our
Lord,
fun
this thing.
times outside the venue.
Get it together.
Overall, this has been a fantastic weekend.
It's been so much fun. Like
Make
Joe
sure my
said,
display
Pokemon aside,
looks like
it's been
it.
really fun
Is
for me
it
to
frozen
walk
for you
around and
guys?
explore. But more importantly,
Okay, I think
we've
we're
had some
good.
amazing action here
I
with
think
the
it's better
VGC
now.
Regional Championships in San Antonio, Texas. Take one more look at the bracket. We just saw Giovanni Costa defeat Joe Ugarte in the semifinals, and he will be taking on either Justin Burns or Raghav Malavia in the finals. That second top
Yeah,
four
as we
match
join
we're about to bring you
we're up to
between
100
two
of the
prior regional
$500 we're
champions.
trying to
Again, Justin
raise
Burns and Raghav,
for Black Men
no
Heal.
strangers
And
to
Black Men
success.
Heal
Justin's won a few regionals in his
is
day, and
a
Raghav has
non-for-profit
I believe one regional
organization
championship,
that
but
focuses
many
on bringing education around mental health and
at least one
actual access to mental health to
NAIC this year, and I
men
believe a
of
top four in
color.
the
So that's
CIC
something
before
you're
that.
into.
So this is gonna be a fantastic
Got
match
the
between
link
two
pinned
players who I know are
there.
good friends as well.
Exclamation
I think
part
that always adds an
donate
extra layer of fun to
will
it.
That
also
always makes
get
it more
you the
exciting.
link.
It's like the heartbreak
It's also
when you feel when
in
one player loses
my
is
bio.
somewhat lessened because they're friends. You know, all right, I might be upset.
Or
I
you can
lost,
use
but
your
I'm happy
subscribe
that my
button.
friend
There
has
should be a
moved on, is
donate
moving
button
on.
as
But
well.
of course, we're all here to compete. We're all here to win. But at the end of the day, if you're playing with your friends, hopefully even if you lose, you can see their success and take a little bit of joy in that as well.
Yeah, so let's head on over to the stage for our second top 4 match of the day here in San Antonio between Justin Burns and Raghav Malavia. I believe either 4 or 5 international top cuts between the two of them.
Yeah, I believe Justin also an NAIC finalist back in the day. I want to say 2018 or 19 he made it to the finals of that event as well. And we have the Battle of the Dueling Intimidates here. We got the Intimidates dueling up the different Landorus forms, dueling off against each other. We got some different fire types, a lot of different dichotomies between these two teams, Joe.
Yeah, this should be a really exciting matchup to dive into. Obviously, you see the 2 different Landorus forms, but the Clefairy is what I'm always excited to see as a essentially fully supportive Pokemon. So you really only have 5 Pokemon on your side, but what can Justin do
kill
against
60,
the Clefairy and the gang on Raghav's side? You see his accomplishments, 2 international championship top 4s, as well as the 2018 NAIC finalists, as you were mentioning. But then, of course, our favorite accomplishment for Justin, Jake, Toxicroak versus the World, Philadelphia Regional
Finals. That was so much fun to watch when that one was going down. But Justin, again, a fantastic player from around this part of the world, too. Not a Texan, but a Texan by proxy. I'll give him that. He's been to a bunch of our locals here, and we love Justin here in Texas. Justin is using this team of Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus, Therian, Chien-Pao, Iron Hands, and Fluttermane. Something that sticks out to me, Joe, there's no fighting move in that Chien-Pao.
Shiny Asteroid looks almost the same,
so I guess
and
that is
honestly,
going to change the dynamic of how this matchup works if you want to focus on having both priority
but
and
also,
non-priority.
like this kind of looks like it, but I feel like I'm tweaking out. Like the water does something to it. Yeah, the water makes it look a little
Summer
funky.
losing to Alex Gomez in the finals, but then Toronto and Sacramento top 4s on the season. So on this new season, still performing very well.
An impressive run, at least 3 in a row regionals where Raghav has finished at least in the top 4. Obviously hoping to break through one further and get to the finals here in San Antonio with their team of Clefairy, Landorus Incarnate,
I'm not killing it, I
Rillaboom,
just
Kingambit,
encountered it, Trey.
Hisuian Arcanine, and Ogerpon Wellspring form. Raghav, Joe, is the last warrior for Hisuian Arcanine. If we want that full sweep of Hisuian Arcanine at North American Majors in Regulation E, we're going to have one last shot at it with Raghav, and there it is right there on the field.
Also, one of the last soldiers for Ogerpon, Wellspring Mask, as Hearthflame has definitely dominated the weekend. But Ogerpon, Arcanine, that combo on Raghav's end to start game 1 compared to Landorus, Therian, and Amoonguss. It's actually relevant to say Therian in this matchup since Raghav has Incarnate.
Yeah, we've seen Landorus Incarnate pump out a lot of serious damage this weekend. Not going to be doing that on turn 1 here, possibly later on in this set. But for now, let's focus on these leads. The Landorus providing an Intimidate, which is useful for both this Arcanine and the Ogerpon. And then, of course, Arcanine intimidating it right back with that Intimidate ability as well. Amoonguss doesn't really care a whole lot, but when you're using a physical attacker like Landorus or the Ogerpon or Arcanine,
hey, what's up, Hemi?
Definitely
What's going on,
a
dog?
little bit threatened from a ground
Good to see
attack
you
on
on.
the Landorus' end as it's 4 times super effective.
With the, I have no clue what I'm doing with most of this stuff, so I have the little screen with the regional on full screen, so I can't see the chat on my laptop, so I gotta look at the other screen. And I'm like walking around looking for the shiny, so I'm not looking at the chat, but good to see you, dog. How you doing?
Into Raghav switch in there, so Landorus actually gets a lot of damage off on that turn.
Yeah, really smart targeting there too. The Arcanine in that slot did not have Protect, so there's no chance that U-turn could land into Protect and possibly leave it vulnerable to damage here.
Working on
especially
a
coming
shiny
from this Ivy
Oshawott.
Cudgel that was originally targeting that slot. Amoonguss switches in and takes that beautifully.
It's almost a pseudo ally
Honestly,
switch.
Trey, I might need to look at a better picture, because this one looks kind of like
This is really great for Amoonguss
what you
too.
sent
Like
me.
Rillaboom and Ogerpon, you're not threatening
Like the
Amoonguss
normal
at all.
one
And while
looks
they're
like
both
this
immune to
one.
Spore, that still means Amoonguss has a lot of room to operate here. Pollen Puff is not known for its damage output, but is actually super effective against both of these targets.
There's a fake out into the Iron Hands to stop a potential fake out on that slide. Ivy Cudgel with the follow up into that. Doesn't actually do too much. Remember, Ogerpon was intimidated on the first turn, so that's why it did such little. Pollen Puff is super effective and brings Rillaboom down to under half of its HP.
And again, Amoonguss just kind of sitting pretty here. The Arcanine can switch in on it, but you have to be really careful about Justin possibly calling it with a Spore. And the Iron
Yeah,
Hands
dude, the one you showed me has the base form switch, bro.
And of course,
It's like
hit the
deep
Arcanine
blue.
coming in for super
Is it
effective
shiny?
damage, as well. Amoonguss also is a very free Pollen Puff into that Iron Hands if it wants to keep it healthy. That's kind of one of the benefits of using Amoonguss is it sticks around for a long time itself, but more importantly can allow its partners to stick around even longer with that Pollen Puff, but Amoonguss actually swapping out immediately.
With 2 grass types on the other side, maybe thinking that the Spore obviously is not going to have any value, so I will save Amoonguss for later. Justin will swap the Landorus Therian into that slot to intimidate both of these physical attackers. Raghav is going to redirect the attacks towards Ogerpon Wellspring, and U-turn from Rillaboom should keep him safe, and whatever swaps into that slot is not going to take damage from Iron Hands.
No damage will be taken because of that follow me, and I like that follow me and U-turn play because it allows Raghav to get this slot in for free. The U-turn, rather the Spore that could have come out from Amoonguss would have been redirected to that spot, so no worries about, you know, being caught unaware with a Spore coming in. And now this Landorus Incarnate is on the field, not threatened too much at all by the Landorus Therian on Raghav's side, and more importantly, a very, very good answer to Iron Hands. And I believe Raghav is running the Sandsear Storm. There's no substitute on this set, but that means it has the option to damage both targets at once, and when you have nothing like a physical, like a special version of Intimidate rather, the Sandsear Storm is very threatening to Justin's team.
Yeah, to everyone except for currently the Landorus Therian as a flying type. Whatever switches in on Justin's side also would not really want to take a Sandsear Storm or an Earth Power.
It's so, like the one BB,
either this Iron Hands
BP
or
thing
potential
I
movements on the swapping are not going to really appreciate a Life Orb Sheer Force boosted ground attack from Raghav. But for now, Iron Hands will swap out, and here comes the tried and true Amoonguss at full HP thanks to its recovery, but Spiky Shield will ensure that if U-turn goes into that slot, this Landorus will not be able to switch out. Instead, it's the Stomping Tantrum, however, into the Spiky Shield Ogerpon, protecting itself, taking a little bit of recoil. The question is, where did the Earth Power go? Into the Amoonguss, and that's a lot of damage.
A lot of damage into Amoonguss, and more importantly, that's a kind of a catastrophic lock there for Justin. If he did opt for
Orlando,
like a
dude,
Rock Slide or a Terra Blast
I swear, man,
with the
you were leading the meta when you first broke yours out. When I saw it your first time, I was like,
to provide an Intimidate for
what?
that Landorus next to it. Now is locked into Stomping Tantrum against a Flying type and Grass type, which is really not where you want to be. And now that Raghav knows that, the Landorus kind of has to switch out unless it risks, you know, doing absolutely nothing. This could be a huge time for a Sandsear Storm for some big damage to catch both the Amoonguss and the Iron Hands coming in.
Yeah, if you call the Landorus swap, you know the other slot will be a
we just do another sandwich, yeah?
That you can go for a ground attack, but first
did you get the
Remember,
60?
Ogerpon has been intimidated twice, that's not a lot. There is Sandsear Storm. Amoonguss will protect. Iron Hands is weak to this hit. That's super effective. Brings it down into the red, and there is no chance at the burn because of Sheer Force taking away the secondary effect.
That's just a really smart play. Given the Earth Power damage from the prior turn,
Only thing
it's
I'm
very
really
possible
interested
Sandsear
in
Storm
after
would have
this
killed
would be
there.
the
So no need to worry about doubling it to ensure it gets knocked
Liddim.
out. You know, with that Ogerpon.
Otherwise, I think I'd want to hop in and start to get moving on the Violet playthrough. We got an hour and a half. I think that'd be enough time to get Liddim.
It needs to reset that
or see how long Oshawott takes anyway.
Preserve the Intimidate again for later on. And now the Landorus again. You know, we have
the one time I was
no damage being threatened into it at all.
ahead of the meta, and by the time the regional,
but it looks like Justin did
I plan to use it. That everyone knew about it. Yeah, it's like that. But keep pushing that, dog.
Well, so Raghav playing it very safe here in this game one. That fake out and Spore combination will both be stopped.
Nick, you lost count.
Do nothing into both
what are you just standing around for then?
And again, this
how'd you lose count?
Incarnate rather, and still just like a commanding position.
Why didn't you say something?
Is the only thing that will either resist or be immune to those ground type attacks. It does have to kind of worry about the Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgel. I think the Ogerpon's at either -1 or 2 already. And if it comes in, it'll be down to -3. And so the Ivy Cudgels won't be doing a whole lot. It's kind of Justin's, you know, nice little switch into the Landorus here. But at the same time, you can't switch both, and you don't have a second ground resist.
Well, I can kill them while
one
you
on
do
the field,
this.
So like something's got to take a big. No, he does have to protect the Amoonguss. I misspoke there. But something has to.
So
take a
what
big
do you
attack here,
think? If you lost count, so just kill and hunt?
As slow as you possibly can.
Where is your ground resist? And if the answer is protect, that's not necessarily the best answer. So no Pokemon will swap out for Justin. Instead, Amoonguss will just protect itself from a potential ground attack into that slot. Here's the -2 Ivy Cudgel. It is enough because of the critical hit. The last Ivy Cudgel we saw maybe barely did double-digit damage to the Iron Hands. That critical hit probably was the difference, and the Earth Power obviously going to go no damage into the protect.
I guess like. What's the, you probably Drain Punch the Ogerpon there maybe for a little bit of health back and you get some damage on the field, but at the same time, there's still not a whole lot of impact that Iron Hands could have had. Even if it stayed on the field there, you're still locked with your Iron Hands and Amoonguss into this Landorus, which threatens a whole lot of damage. The Fluttermane does come in here. It's actually something that really can threaten this Landorus. Except Ogerpon still has Follow Me. So the Landorus, you can Dazzling Gleam to bypass that Follow Me, get the damage on the Landorus, but a Dazzling Gleam certainly will not KO Landorus in one hit. And of course, we have the option for the Terra Poison as well. Something we haven't even talked about yet is that poison typing possibility on the Landorus, which would protect it from any kind of fairy damage.
Yeah, in either of these positions for Raghav, either Landorus becomes a poison type to resist fairy, or Ogerpon terrestrializes and gains a boost to its special defense stat. So either way, Raghav has the ability to kind of answer somewhat this Fluttermane if it wants to.
Dude,
a strong fairy attack. Landorus
that's ridiculously frustrating. What you just said about the crits.
Yet again. So now it should be up to the Fluttermane, which not actually get
but yes, I asked Trey. I asked if I could just kill.
Scouting out what this
now that
wants to
we
log
don't,
into.
since
if
you lost count,
like the Moonblast, then you would want to take the next turn.
As long as I'm careful,
Me. Now knowing it's a Dazzling Gleam, a Follow Me won't be very effective because it is a spread move. And more importantly, you see it lock into a fairy move. But I also love that switch from Justin because knowing that Raghav is likely going to double protect there to scout out the water. You get the Landorus in, you can't double protect again to scout that Landorus. And now the Landorus has the option to possibly go for a Terrestrialization, get some Terra Blast going. I think the Terra Blast is going to be the biggest source of damage that Justin has at his disposal here.
Landorus Incarnate will terrestrialize first. It is naturally faster than a lot of Pokemon, so on this turn it at least turns into a poison type. Justin does not Terra either of his Pokemon on the field. Follow Me from the Ogerpon will redirect this Stomping Tantrum into that slot. That's huge, as the poison type Landorus would have taken that super effectively. And here's the Dazzling Gleam. It is enough to knock out the Ogerpon.
You can tell Justin was trying to catch that Terrestrialization. I really like that Stomping Tantrum because it does still do a good chunk of damage to that Ogerpon. Set it up for the Dazzling Gleam KO. And more importantly, now that the Landorus on Raghav's side has Terrestrialized, it is being threatened by the Stomping Tantrum. If Landorus had locked into like U-Turn or Rock Slide or something like that, Landorus could have stuck around a little bit more. But now Landorus on Raghav's side has to worry about the Landorus on Justin's side, which is the downfall of using that Poison Terra here. Even though you do protect yourself from that Fluttermane, the Choice Scarf Landorus right next to it is
Trey, were you saying once this sandwich is up, we would go for whatever reset?
The Landorus,
or after we actually find
there,
one.
But because of that Terra Poison on its head, it's super effective and weak, I should say.
That whole losing count thing.
That critical hit also from Sludge Bomb shows just how strong Life Orb Sheer Force combination can be on Landorus Incarnate. And the Fluttermane is still full health at this point, but so is Arcanine.
I think importantly, the critical hit on Landorus there easily puts the Landorus Therian on Justin's side into extreme speed range. Even if Justin's Landorus switches out and back in to intimidate the Arcanine, that won't be enough to protect it from this extreme speed, and now this Fluttermane is going to be locked into Dazzling Gleam against 2 Fairy Resists for the rest of this battle.
There is that Dazzling Gleam that you're talking about, and look at how absolutely minimal damage that spread Dazzling Gleam does to those 2 Pokemon. Sludge Bomb
is so much.
That's a neutral hit into the Fluttermane, and it
got
almost
a great
completely
call on Paplia.
I mean, this is a great position for Raghav to be in too, because Amoonguss does come in. However, the Landorus and the Arcanine both have spread moves that can bypass the Rage Powder for Amoonguss, and unfortunately this Fluttermane is holding the Choice Specs. It can only use Dazzling Gleam this turn, and so there's no chance to protect, maybe try to get a Spore off. If Raghav's able to connect their moves, either the Rock Slide or the Sandseer Storm for the spread damage, this should be a locked up game.
Landorus just barely hanging
on.
If there was a critical hit, that would have been enough to knock it out, but not to be for Justin here in Game 1. Arcanine recovering its HP up thanks to the Citrus Berry, and it will use that in recoil to knock out the Fluttermane. So now all Justin has left is his Amoonguss, which
let's go for Litten, bro.
Is not going to beat a Flare Blitz Arcanine.
No, this Amoonguss doesn't really have a whole lot left it can do. Earth Power here is going to take it very, very low, clearly in range for another Earth Power or a Flare Blitz. And Amoonguss, it did as best it could. It tried to Pollen Puff that Fluttermane in case Raghav potentially went for some kind of inaccurate moves and missed a couple times. Like, that was Justin's way back into this game, so well recognized, but unfortunately Raghav, took the 100% route, knowing that if the Amoonguss tried to Rage Powder away the Flare Blitz,
while you day skip, I'm gonna take a little break.
Can do in this match,
but I'll leave this running, but I'll take a break on the screen.
For Justin, Raghav did not, and takes the first game.
Yeah, Raghav is now 1 victory away from the finals here in San Antonio, and of course Justin has the uphill battle needing to win the next two in this set against such an
keep the map
trainer
open.
like Raghav. You saw, remember Rillaboom was there, but wasn't even necessary. That's how strongly Raghav was able to win that game one.
The Landorus Incarnate on Raghav's side of the field coming in huge. I really like the way that Raghav played that with that Landorus because it threatens so much damage at all times. You see, that's a neutral Earth Power. Amoonguss is known for being one of the bulkiest Pokemon in our formats, and it just took, like, what, 75% from that Earth Power, which is not even super effective. That is unheard of, how strong this Landorus is. And knowing that Justin Burns only has the one Pokemon that won't take much damage from ground-type attacks in his own Landorus, that is something that Raghav can abuse very heavily in this match, and it paid off very well.
Yeah, there's the Ogerpon going down, but by that point, it just provided so much value. Raghav essentially didn't even care that it was intimidated three times. Just kept going for follow me.
And that's all it needed to follow me, and even throughout some pretty weak Ivy Cudgels, but that chip damage was enough to put things in range for that Landorus or for his own Arcanine. And so a very useful Ogerpon there, even if it wasn't the biggest of damage outputs, that follow me coming in very handy.
All right, so let's see what Justin can do here, making any adjustments in game two, because if he does not, he will just be watching the finals of Raghav versus Gio. For now, it's Iron Hands Chien-Pao, which is a nice adjustment for him, but Raghav calling the change with a Clefairy next to Landorus.
Clefairy is here to protect its Landorus friend with its friend guard, and of course the follow me. I like this a lot. The Landorus was really the key for Raghav in that first game, so really just throwing it out right away, saying, like, you're gonna have to deal with this straight up. Especially with that Iron Hands lead, it's a very good answer into Iron Hands and threatens damage immediately, but this Landorus Therian coming in to dodge any damage from ground-type moves.
Landorus Incarnate will protect here on turn one for Raghav, and we've seen him protect many times, especially in that first game, so I was going to say, I imagine the follow-up protect from Clefairy will also be locked in, so that means that Chien-Pao will not get any damage on this turn. We see it was targeting towards the Landorus Incarnate, but at least he does get to bring Landorus in for free for Justin.
Two move choices on these sets that I want to point out here is the Clefairy on Raghav's end has Moonblast, as we saw earlier, which means it has the potential to break a possible Focus Sash on Justin's Chien-Pao. And also the Iron Hands on Justin's side that we saw does not have Heavy Slam, which it's been substituted out for Volt Switch, which comes in handy a lot of the time for repositioning, but unfortunately means that there's no Heavy Slam to threaten a lot of damage into Clefairy. So well used here from Raghav.
Stomping Tantrum into Clefairy doesn't even bring it into the yellow. That's how bulky this Eviolite user can be. It eats up the Icicle Crash as well. And there's the Moonblast. Look like Clefairy looking like Fluttermane out here.
Big damage to that Chien-Pao. I think a lot of times people just use that Moonblast to get a little bit of chip damage on, but when the Chien-Pao doesn't have a whole lot of special defense and it's also weak, that's a 2-hit KO there. Good for Raghav for not switching the Arcanine into the Stomping Tantrum. I was scared for a second there because Justin's been very aggressive with that Stomping Tantrum, thinking maybe he possibly targeted the Landorus slot, but thankfully for Raghav, the Clefairy hangs on through those two attacks, does not get flinched by Icicle Crash, and breaks that Focus Sash. Importantly, the next attack that Chien-Pao takes probably knocks it out, and also it's probably in range for an extreme speed from this Arcanine, which still does have to worry about Stomping Tantrum. Landorus is a -1, but it's double super effective. Arcanine will not appreciate taking that. It does have Clefairy to protect it, but it is threatening this Chien-Pao heavily.
Chien-Pao, since it was so afraid of being knocked out from extreme speed, as you were mentioning, Iron Hands will swap into that slot. Clefairy also switching on this turn, so might be in store for a bit of a slow grind between these two trainers here in game two. Rillaboom goes into that slot, setting up the grassy terrain, and there will be recovery on the field for currently all the Pokemon except for Landorus. We are going to get a Terastallization here on turn two, and it's out of Hisuian Arcanine going towards Terra Fairy, getting rid of that ground weakness in case Justin went for a Stomping Tantrum into that slot. So does Raghav make the right call? Yes, he does. Stomping Tantrum is now just a neutral hit, hardly doing any damage, and massive. Landorus gets burned.
That's a really good turn for Raghav. That Landorus has been a big threat this entire time, not only because of the Stomping Tantrums, but the Intimidate is relevant into this Rillaboom and Arcanine, and if Raghav, well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore because he can't Terastallize the Landorus, but getting the Landorus on Justin's side burned means that the big damage threats with possible Terra Blast, the Stomping Tantrum, even a U-turn into Rillaboom is a big source of damage. This Landorus is now being neutered heavily by the 50% damage reduction from those physical moves. Iron Hands comes in as well. Another physical attacker that really doesn't want to get burned. If you want to invest your Fake Out into the Arcanine slot, that's kind of the only way. But Raghav also has a Fake Out of his own.
Justin might just have to use Landorus in his traditional role as a rock slide flinch bot because it's been burned, so the offensive output is just not going to be there for the rest of this match. Fluttermane swaps into that slot, and Hisuian Arcanine will switch out for Raghav into Landorus Incarnate, going to save that Intimidate for later. Iron Hands with a fake out into the Rillaboom, so that means no attacks are going to happen this turn.
One thing that Raghav does still have to worry about is this Fluttermane. The Landorus on Justin's side might be burned, but it still does have Intimidate, which means it can mitigate the damage coming out from this Rillaboom, and make sure those Grassy Glides aren't doing a whole lot. And Raghav notably does not have the option to terrestrialize this Landorus anymore. So any Moonblast coming that way will be full power. The Clefairy in the back does have Follow Me and Friend Guard as well, but also is pretty low itself. Probably can't take more than 1 or 2 attacks from that Fluttermane for the rest of this game.
Landorus Therian swapping onto the field, intimidating both of Raghav's Pokemon, of course only mattering onto the Rillaboom as a physical attacker. Clefairy will swap onto that Landorus position for it. It's pretty low at HP right now, so is definitely threatened, has the chance to be knocked out at some point. That Woodhammer does a lot of damage, and here's the benefit of having Volt Switch is you're able to have, you know, kind of the U-turn, Volt Switch, Volt Turn, as they like to call it, right? You have that available with Iron Hands and Landorus combination.
I like that Volt Switch a lot too. Your damage from Iron Hands there isn't going to be super relevant, and by switching out the Fluttermane and using a slower Volt Switch to bring it back in, you make sure it gets back onto the field without taking any damage, and now it's going to be able to face down this Rillaboom and Clefairy. Again, the Clefairy pretty low. Certainly one Moonblast from the Fluttermane should knock it out. Maybe even a Dazzling Gleam based on how these Pokemon are trained. And especially the Dazzling Gleam is an issue because, you know, once the Clefairy goes down, the Friend Guard also goes away, which means that there's no more protection for the Clefairy's teammates.
The other thing, though, if you potentially terrestrialize to get as much damage as you can out of a Choice Specs Fairy Dazzling Gleam, then you're no longer neutral to the Sludge Bomb that Landorus Incarnate has in the back.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're the Fluttermane and the Landorus is on the field, you can really only attack with Fluttermane if you know that the Landorus gets knocked out by whatever it's going to use. And I think in order for that to happen, the Clefairy needs to go down.
Fluttermane will swap out here, so Justin just kind of baiting, showing Raghav that he has Fluttermane to have the presence, and it's available to attack whenever he wants, but not for now. Iron Hands instead will swap into that slot. Clefairy providing a helping hand to the Rillaboom to boost its damage. That U-turn does absolutely minimal damage into Rillaboom since he is burned, but now you're going to have a helping hand boosted attack. It's either the Chien-Pao for the knockout or into the Fluttermane.
I think anything that might come into that slot, it depends on where this is going, right? If the Woodhammer is going into the Iron Hands, I think the -1 helping hand Rillaboom probably doesn't knock it out. If it's going for this Fluttermane, though, that's a big deal. Woodhammer actually into the Iron Hands, though, so a big chunk of damage, just over half. But thanks to the Intimidate coming out from the Landorus Therian on Justin's side, able to stick around at least one more turn.
I was very much worried for the Fluttermane on the switch in case that Woodhammer with the helping hand boost went towards that slot, but luckily for him, it is not. Now Rillaboom and Clefairy are both around half HP, but they are recovering health with the grassy terrain.
They are, yeah, and especially because the Arcanine on Raghav's side has terrestrialized away from that fire typing. Fluttermane's actually becoming a big issue here. The Rillaboom and Clefairy have both been chipped down. Something like a Specs Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast is going to be going a long way here. There's no more fairy resistance on Raghav's team, which means either Landorus or Arcanine coming in here likely has to take a big chunk of damage.
Here is the Hisuian Arcanine. This Intimidate is only going to be valuable onto the Iron Hands, and what does Justin go for on this turn? The Clefairy will protect itself and get even more recovery at the end of the turn because of grassy terrain, so probably putting it above 50%. And here's the neutral Moonblast into the Arcanine, but Friend Guard OP as Arcanine is able to endure that hit thanks to just the sheer presence of Clefairy.
Friendship saves the day here for this Arcanine. That's a massive survival. Now that the Arcanine has come onto the field, the Clefairy still has the option to redirect a Moonblast. It is healing up with this grassy terrain, which might come in handy here. It might be pretty close for this Moonblast. I think a Specs Fluttermane probably has enough firepower to dispatch it, but even if you do go for a Follow Me, that means Arcanine has a turn to fire off an attack. Maybe go for a Burn into Iron Hands, maybe try to get some damage on this Fluttermane. I do like that Moonblast play a lot, though. I think a Protect on Clefairy and a swap for Raghav is probably the safest play. And Justin, knowing that maybe he's a little bit behind on damage, tries to start pumping it out. Even if the Clefairy opts to go for a Follow Me this turn, it probably gets knocked out to Moonblast, and you have the option to come back in with Fluttermane later on and get some big Dazzling Gleams or Moonblast off, but opting to save it for now.
Yes, Justin will swap that out into the Chien-Pao, who we have not really seen since turn 1 when it took all that damage from the Clefairy's Moonblast. Here now, Clefairy will follow me and redirect the attack away from the Iron Hands. Flare Blitz is obviously going to be more than enough, but Chien Pao was kind of in a spot that it was probably not going to be able to get onto the field safely at any point. So Justin's going to need a different win condition. Iron Hands does get the Volt Switch out.
I really like that Volt Switch. Bringing in the Chien Pao there means that you are getting knocked down in that slot, which isn't super optimal. But when in conjunction with the Volt Switch, it means that at the end of this turn, Justin just gets to select 2 things to come onto the field without having to worry about switching into any damage. In this case, it's going to be the Flutter Mane and the Landorus. I like this a lot because the Flutter Mane and Landorus can combine their Rock Slides and Dazzling Gleam to probably KO the 2 things you see on the field. Even 1 Dazzling Gleam from Flutter Mane, it might just be enough on its own, but Landorus there to help out. And looking at the rest of Raghav's team, the Arcanine, not the Arcanine, the Landorus and the Rillaboom in the back, really don't want to be taking these attacks from Flutter Mane either. So a really well-positioned game from Justin here, where he didn't get too much damage on the board very quickly, but playing this kind of war of attrition where he was waiting and waiting and waiting until the perfect time to get these Pokemon on the field and be able to fire off attacks without risk, and that time has finally come.
Iron Hands will swap in, and now is the time for Justin with his back against the wall. His tournament life on the line here in Game 2. Terastallizing the Flutter Mane into
Back
a Fairy
against the
type,
wall.
boosting its damage from its Fairy attacks thanks to that same type attack bonus. And this Dazzling Gleam is going to be massive. Not going to do anything into the Clefairy as it just protected this turn. But the Extreme Speed will hardly do anything from the Intimidate that Landorus had the prior turn. So Flutter Mane takes that considerably well. And here is a Dazzling Gleam with the boost and Choice Specs. Neutral hit into Suian Arcanine takes it out.
I like that a lot from both players. The Terra Fairy there really confirms those KOs both onto the Arcanine and the Clefairy. So that Flutter Mane now is a pure Fairy type, boosting its damage from the Dazzling Gleam. And the Iron Hands swap there is great because both these Pokemon on the field would have been knocked out. Bringing in Iron Hands means that you have the option to go for a Fake Out on this following turn. You have the option to either Fake Out the Rillaboom coming in to prevent something like a Grassy Glide, or even try to match the Fake Outs with Clefairy, maybe prevent a Helping Hand. You can actually Helping Hand before Fake Out priority-wise, so I like that swap a lot because Iron Hands gives you a lot more pressure than the Landorus would have locked into something like a Rock Slide or a Burn Stomping Tantrum. But again, like you said, Joe, the Extreme Speed really great into that Flutter Mane because that puts it in a little bit lower HP, which might make it a little bit easier to finish off with the Grassy Glide, and the Terra Fairy on Flutter Mane a little bit telegraphed from Justin there, so well capitalized.
Especially if Clefairy has the Helping Hand into the Rillaboom there, that 30 HP that Flutter Mane is missing might truly be the difference between victory and defeat. There is Helping Hand from Clefairy to try to get around a potential Fake Out into that slot. Rillaboom Helping Hand Fake Out to the Landorus down to 13 HP. Here's the Wild Charge. Clefairy just barely hanging on in this spot. Big. In the red, that is huge because Raga can either follow me or Helping Hand or Protect just to be a problem. That's a clutch survival.
And all of those things on top of Friend Guard is still active, which is really big for Raga. Friend Guard has been such a big piece of this team, even just in this match so far. And now Rillaboom and the Landorus in the back still have the option to play the game next to this Clefairy, which can help them survive a few more turns. The Helping Hand Fake Out I think is actually a really cool play because you have the option to maybe knock out this Landorus in conjunction with the burn damage it took. Unfortunately for Raghav, not the case this time, but it also would have done a big chunk to the Flutter Mane. Like, if the Iron Hand's on the field there, kind of has to stay on the field or else you're just giving up a lot of momentum. And so the Flutter Mane either stays on the field and attacks, in which case you can Fake It out because it's terastallized, or you try and get the KO with your Helping Hand Fake Out, which not something I've seen very often on stream, but I think it makes a lot of sense given the circumstances.
So funny to see just how valuable a small, not fully evolved Pokemon in Clefairy can be in VGC thanks to that Eviolite held item. Grassy Glide is going to be enough to take down the Landorus, and Justin remains with his final 2 Pokemon down a game right now. The Volt Switch goes into Clefairy's Protect, who's not even going to be able to swap out, and he'll have to bring in Flutter Mane on this turn.
The grassy terrain from Rillaboom has been so clutch for Raghav in this game. The Clefairy certainly would not have survived the prior turn without it, thanks to some of the recovery it had gotten in between these attacks it was taking. Flutter Mane returns to the field here. It looks like it's still in range where a Helping Hand Grassy Glide might be very close to a KO, but again, it's still just starting a lot of damage with either Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam. Iron Hands on Justin's side is going to be able to stick around for a little while, but if the Landorus on Raghav's end comes in, it will almost immediately just be knocked out by either Earth Power or Sandsear Storm. So you really have to make the most of this Iron Hands before the Landorus can knock it out.
And that Rillaboom has the Assault Vest held item, so it's going to be able to take these special attacks a little bit better, of course, with the assistance of Friend Guard as well. Follow me. Clefairy has become the center of attention as if it hasn't stolen the spotlight the entire series here in top 4. Clefairy goes down. Rillaboom hangs on in the red, so that means you can get one more super powerful Wood Hammer off on this turn before you recoil knockout yourself. Fluttermane is down! Who knows if that prior extreme speed damage was exactly enough for what Rogov needed to take out Flutter.
That's huge. The Wood Hammer KOing there, even though the Rillaboom is going to go down this turn to this Drain Punch, it really doesn't matter a whole lot because the Landorus is just waiting in the back, waiting to come in and feast on this Iron Hands, the one Pokemon in the metagame it is the strongest into. This is such a perfect situation for Rogov now, as all they really have to do is come in, use their power once, and punch their ticket into finals here in San Antonio.
Absolutely massive victory over Justin Burns, one of the best players in North America, doing it with some pretty great and interesting Pokemon. Clefairy, Landorus Incarnate as well. There's the Earth Power to take it, and we're going to have nothing but California love in the finals here in Texas as Rogov Malavia will face Giovanni Costa for the title of San Antonio Regional Champion.
Oh, that's so exciting. Rogov, again, has made top 4 at his last 2 regionals, and knowing that comes in here in top 4, says I'm not going to lose again, plays a very, very strong match against a good friend Justin Burns in top 4, and makes their way into the finals of a regional for the first time in a while, I believe. It's so exciting to see. Rogov played that game so well. It looked like for a little while Justin was kind of in the driver's seat of that second game. But Rogov knew exactly how much damage needed to be done at what times and picked the exact right times to protect that Clefairy, go over some follow me's, you know, rely on Friend Guard and let its partners do the work. It's a really just masterclass from Rogov in that top 4 match.
Yeah, so many crucial turns. So as you mentioned, the grassy terrain recovery throughout the entire set was absolutely massive. So many times, Clefairy just barely hanging on, or Rillaboom just barely hanging on, or Arcanine only surviving because of the presence of Friend Guard. If Arcanine goes down, who knows how different this game is.
And even taking the KO and Chien-Pao at that point, it looked like that was going to be a big swing for Justin with the double KO, or rather with the KO and the Volt Switch. But Rogov manages that so well, knows exactly when to let different pieces of their team fall and when to preserve them as best they can, and saving the Landorus in the back for that Iron Hands, the perfect way to close out this match.
And even though you lost in top 4, the Justin Burns fan club can still rejoice with a great record here, a great finish, getting one of the final 4 trainers remaining. Just Rogov was on a tear, was unstoppable. That Clefairy was essentially on the field the entire game.
You have to imagine if the Clefairy goes down on this turn, that's probably a win for Justin, and we're about to start game 3.
Right.
But luckily the Clefairy hangs
that's
on,
pretty impressive with
thanks
Clefairy.
to the power of friendship. You know, you can't Friend Guard yourself, but I think Rogov was providing Clefairy over Friend Guard of its own there.
I also really like the imagery of Clefairy and the Terra Fairy Arcanine, because it was like when a little kid plays dress up or has a tea party with their dog. Puts the fairy hat on Arcanine. Clefairy was just having a fun little day here.
Clefairy's little tea party, that's what we're calling this event. If Rogov wins, that's the whole event's name.
Yeah, that's the name. That's the name of the title. I'm definitely down for that. Congratulations to Rogov. Should be a really exciting matchup, as we mentioned, against Giovanni Costa in the finals. Rogov is a former regional champion where Gio has not. One reason it's his first time making the finals, so that should be exciting.
I'm really excited. Again, Rogov and Gio are both from California, like you mentioned. They have come and invaded our Texas regional and just taken all our jobs and all our finalist spots. But it's going to be a great match. Gio has been a top player for a long time now, going all the way back to kind of that legendary match at the NAIC with his Dragonite back in 2017. And since then, has just really stuck around. He's a very, genuine,
my God,
really nice
dude,
guy,
the picnics are busted.
And so it's great to see 2 great players and also 2 great people making the finals here in San Antonio.
Yeah, absolutely. I also, selfishly, I think maybe I'm partially responsible for Rogov's success this weekend, because I sat next to Rogov at the Lakers game on Friday night,
and it just rubbed off.
I think the positive energy rubbed off. Look, he's in the finals.
Let's go with that. And I said congrats to Gio, so I'm why he's in finals too.
All right, I'll play along. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Oh, man. So, obviously, we started, I think it was roughly around 500 trainers, something like that, right? At the beginning of the day, or the beginning of the weekend, I should say, excuse me. And now we're down to the last 2. This is going to be the last match of the 2023 calendar year as well. It's going to be a pleasure to be here with you, Cassie. It's going to be exciting.
I know. It's going to be so good. We have 2 very different
and
teams,
what am I throwing down?
I think that Gio's Life Orb for Rigorath is something I would not have expected to be doing so well. We've seen a bunch of Frigoraph succeed, but the Life Orb, the more offensive focus on Frigoraph, even just having Protect on it, that's something a lot of players don't have.
Right.
They'll have like Trick Room, like Helping Hand in a couple attacks or something, but Geo opting for the more offense on this Frigoraph with the Hyper Voice, which I think is really cool, especially in conjunction with that Life Orb, be able to pump out a lot of damage with those stab Hyper Voices, and so something I think could be a big key for him in this finals match as well.
Yeah, that's so cool to see the Life Orb Frigoraph, because it's a Pokemon that almost feels like every hit point is crucial on, because it's sometimes not bulky enough. You feel like even with Rocky Helmet or however you want to invest your Frigoraph. So it's like to consciously lose 10% of your HP every time you go for a hit. Like obviously the extra 30% damage from it is clearly very valuable.
Yeah, if you think in terms of like damage trading, you're trading 10% of your Frigoraph's HP for a lot more damage being dealt to their opponents. So in the long run, it works out there for the Frigoraph.
Yeah, well, we've been on the long run this weekend. Let's see how we've gotten to the finals as we take a look at the top 8 bracket. Those last two top 4 matches were incredibly exciting to see. Both 2-0 victories, so pretty concise or decisive, I should say, victories for Geo and Raghav.
Yeah, very impressive matches. Both of them played in those top 4s. And of course, in the top 8 as well, where we saw Joe Ugarte, and I believe we saw Raghav's top 8 match against Jody. So we've seen all of Raghav's top 8 matches, all of his top cut matches after not getting to see them throughout the prior tournament runs. But of course, resulting in this finals match between Raghav and Geo. Again, just going to be a fantastic match between 2 great players and 2 really cool teams.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely a match you are not going to want to miss. And if you've worked up an appetite at home while watching along the stream with us, you're not the only one. So let's head over to the Anos Lounge to have a nice little holiday cookie. Gabby, take it away.
I'm a little bit worried that some of our Pokemon friends here are going to eat the cookies from this competition, so we'll just have to keep an eye out. If anybody sees anything suspicious, make sure to let us know. But we are here in the lounge. My name is Gabby Snyder, joined by Len and Dewey once again. And like all good competitions are, we are here to kick off officially the Caster Cookie Decorating competition. And I know that there's been a little bit of trash talk here between Dwee especially kicking off the stream yesterday.
I don't know if it was necessarily trash talk, but it was more along the lines of me doubling down my confidence in my cookie decorating skills.
Yeah, you really staked out your confidence. After seeing the cookies, do you still feel so confident?
Triple down.
Triple down now.
Tripling down right now. I kind of, I basically did things that were unheard of in cookie decorating. And it's going to show between my cookies versus everybody else's cookies here between the VG cast.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get a breakdown of the cookie meta. So right there, you have a lovely, I think that has to be a Bidoof. And by that, I mean, I know it is. That's mine, and it's obviously the best because it's a Bidoof. He's out in the snow, he's playing, it's very nice and festive, and of course, I know y'all are big Bidoof fans, so Bidoof's in chat.
I really like your use of negative space to highlight, the body of Bidoof. That was really fascinating to use. That's actually a technique that I use as well in my cookie.
Oh, really? Really? Yeah, well, I think I decorated mine first, so, yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. But...
I came up with that idea in the couch independently, so we're pioneers.
Ideas.
We're both pioneers.
Really? Okay, yes, we are both pioneers. I will collab with you on that.
I agree.
All right, who is our next entry in the cookie decorating competition?
This is my cookie. It is Iron Bundle, sponsored by Iron Bundle this weekend. You can see his eyes are open there, his nice blue eyes, yellow nose, and spiky white ears. I think it's an incredible Iron Bundle. I'm very happy with it.
Yeah, I think that there is a lot of artistic beauty there.
Yeah, I used the reference here to make sure that I got everything right. And you can see it matches perfectly there and there.
I don't know, your sweater can like wink and stuff though, so did you try and build in that functionality to your cookie at all?
Are you doing the 60 thing?
You just have to take a bite out of one eye, and then it's like it's winking.
All right.
I might have to try that eye later, but Len, let's not forget that was built by the power of friendship.
Yes, some collaboration.
Yeah, you were asking for help with the black icing in order to decorate the eyes. I put the eye on the wrong spot on the cookie. It was not sabotage. I promise. It was not sabotage.
Like we literally just walking around the space.
I fixed it right after.
Okay.
No, I fixed it. But we briefly thought, the Iron Bundle's second eye was on its chin, somewhere below the nose.
It turned out like a great cookie. I like the technique there. The power of friendship really shining through with that cookie. Very strong cookie, Len. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a look at our next
Okay,
entry
that's only for
in the
Outbreak.
cookie competition.
So we have Sparkling Power up, and now we're just hoping that we get
That's the
spawns.
holiday. No, sorry, not the Munchlax. The holiday Snorlax. See, this is the usage of that negative space to be able to
So
kind of represent
killing shit
the,
doesn't matter.
Sort of like beigeish color in Snorlax. You see its mouth wide open, and it has a couple of fangs coming down. The teal was made with a combination between white. No, not white. That's not how you make that color. It's the blue and green. Actually powered by friendship again, because Gabby helped me to identify whether or not that was the correct shade of green.
That
and
was
then
true.
it has ears, so I started going outside of the box, outside of the cookie, really using the entire plate as my palette. The ears, and then also for some festivity, I added that Santa hat at the top.
Oh,
if this was a
Lord.
combination color theory and
Why
plate
would we
decorating
not be over
competition,
there?
then I would think you were
I've not
doing
seen a single
incredibly.
Litten over
But
here.
the part on the cookie, I'm less sure about.
Okay, you got one.
The
That's
frosting
good.
was a little bit more difficult than I thought it would be to use. I
Hey, how do you
practice at
use that
home
new
a lot,
lock-on
but
thing?
under the constraints of what is given to us in the convention center, the time, the pressure, I really crumbled.
Yeah, this was a true decorating competition. Like you
Yeah,
see
I
on
don't
these TV
understand why
shows
we're here
they're
where there's
given
only
20
one.
minutes to make like a 5-tier.
There's other
cake
places
with
I would have
people on
already
it.
seen
So,
like
yes.
3.
I still have confidence in my cookie though, even though it seems as though
All
you two are
right.
not as impressed about my
viewers-
technique.
Moving on.
They may still be behind you.
Moving on. Let's see our next cookie entry. So this one is by Joe Brown. It is a
He's like, moving
lovely
on.
combination
Moving on.
of Armor Rouge and Surluedge. As you know, those are those two
This is the best one.
Fire-type mascot Pokemon, if you will, of the Scarlet and the Violet regions. I believe this is a close-up specifically on the eye, and they are eye-to-eye in competition.
I see it.
You see it?
Yeah.
With your eyes.
With my eyes.
Yeah, bro, you need
I
to help
love
me
the
understand
use of this
one.
right now. I mean, if you take a look at it,
It's
it
still
features 2 Pokemon.
not a single
does.
Litten.
Really breaking the meta right here, where each of our cookies just kind of represented one.
That is very true. We were all thinking just one cookie, one Pokemon, but Joe really redefining the meta here.
Yeah, so props to Joe right there. I mean, that was a great cookie. If I lose to that one, I'm completely... I'm going to be able to sleep at night. I'll be fine with a loss of that cookie.
I also got to commend, as somebody who likes a lot of frosting on my holiday cookies, that cookie delivers.
It definitely-
it's definitely the tastiest of the bunch.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
It's the one I probably most want to take a bite out of.
Do y'all know if we got any milk backstage? I'm asking for a friend. Okay, moving
We'll see
on.
what we can find. But taste.
Got
is
Trey on the
not gonna
phone
be
with
part
it.
of,
What's up?
like, the
Unfortunately, the
I
cookies are
don't
not
know. We're not the
large enough
judges
for everyone
here.
voting in this poll to take a bite. I wish they were,
Yeah.
but not gonna happen.
Okay.
All right, moving on to our final
Where you
entry. We have the Mega Metagross by
Okay.
Jake, aka Major Bowman. It is a Mega Metagross because the yellow X is something that glows when it Mega evolves.
Oh.
And,
What happened with this-
I believe
what
the
happened
Angry
with this
Eyebrows
one?
is also an addition to that Mega
What
Evolution.
happened with
it
this
has been a
sandwich?
while since we had Mega Evolutions. Shout outs to Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire.
I mean, if we get fire and
because
counter
that
power,
is
why don't we
always
just
what
go
I
to
will
the other place and then
associate
come
Mega
back here
Metagross
with whatever we need?
But yeah, you can just imagine his little arm legs
Alright,
just
so at
floating
least
around
use it,
having a good time.
right?
I like the technique here.
All right. Where the fuck is that place again?
Actually,
All right, I'll see you
Julie,
over
could
there.
I possibly get a collab?
All right, bye.
Apparently, this cookie's upside down. Can you
okay,
collab
all right,
and
yeah,
fix
I
it
want
for
to
us?
use up all our.
I just got a word from our
Okay,
director that, art is always subjective, and sometimes you just need a new perspective. And as you can see with this new perspective, it also has a little tooth thing.
It wasn't supposed to be cookie sabotage. It was supposed to be cookie
It's
collaboration.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay.
All right, let's get it back on there.
It's okay. Fortunately,
Did Gibble eat the entire other cookie?
Oh no. Well,
Oh,
we
okay,
may
we found
may
it.
have had a Sunflora. Okay, no Sunfloras were harmed in the making of this cookie competition, thankfully.
I promise that was not intentional. I know I'm competitive in this cookie, but that was not intentional.
Okay. But as you can see, a lovely cookie, and I also got to
Yesterday
give a
when
shout
we were
out
hunting,
to our
did we have
honorable
fire encounter
mention,
power?
our honorable entry of the Sunflora done by Evan Latt. Evan's backstage this weekend doing a fantastic job, and the poll is now live. Make sure to get those votes in for your favorite cookie before Gibble eats them, because it looks like Gibble's actually about to start eating them right now, and it's just gonna go straight down that line. So, I don't know. I know who I would vote for. I know who y'all should vote for. I'm pretty sure we all feel the same way.
I will not vote for myself, despite the fact that I have tripled down.
Okay, never mind. We don't know.
It's a sudden loss of confidence from Dwee.
It's not a loss of confidence. It's a boost in confidence because I believe in my holiday Snorlax.
Oh.
Oh.
You don't even need your own vote, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
So you're just saying that you don't. Fascinating. Fascinating.
You just see me once we clear off this set that I'm just backstage on Twitch, just like voting furiously for my holiday
I mean,
Snorlax.
honestly, I think the poll might run out before the segment's over. So if you don't have a way to connect to Twitch.com and or Twitch.tv, excuse me, and you know, you might want to work on that.
You don't think so?
Like I said, I will not be voting for myself.
Fair enough. But I think it's really great that we can bring a little bit of holiday cheer and have a little bit of healthy competition amongst casters. I know that in the past we've done like
Maybe we
caster
did,
battles. I think it'd be
we
cool
saw
if we
a lot of
could
Lidden.
maybe get some of those going in the future too. But I mean, the real competition is the friends we made along the way, right?
Definitely the most delicious competition that we've had so far.
Very, very true. Very, very true. So
friends you
please make
made
sure you
along
get
the
those votes in. And thank you all so much for voting in not just the cookie competition, but the community choice votes as well this weekend. If you are somebody watching in the future of this broadcast and you cannot vote because it's in the past, it's okay. You can just come to our next live broadcast here on twitch.tv/Pokemon and vote for the right person. I mean, excuse me. So I do know the winner, but I'm not sure if we're supposed to announce it now or we were going to save it for later. Could I please get a confirmation about what I should do with this magical information in my brain? Tell everyone. All right. Who do y'all think won? Just real quick.
Armor and Ceruledge, unfortunately.
I'm gonna change my vote now. I think that
do you
the
really?
Duke
Do you have
won.
salty? Yeah.
So
I can
as
boost the
much as I would
encounters
love
and
to just
guarantee the
ignore
sandwich
the
works.
vote and say that
the
I
sandwich
won,
doesn't help. We
and I do
reset and
have the
start
power
again.
to say that technically on
Let's
stream.
do it.
I do not have the power to make
I
that
do
in
have- I
actuality.
think I
Joe
have all of
Brown
them.
and his amazing cookie won. So congratulations, Joe. Congratulations, Armarouge and Ceruledge. Really redefining the cookie metagame for us all here. And if you want to see more cookies, I'm sure there'll be some reveals on the TCG stream later. But for now, we are actually ready to get into the finals
You know
here
how
at the
it
San
forces
Antonio
me
Regional
off
Championship.
sometimes?
So
Why didn't you just not do
congratulations,
that
Joe. Why don't
for
you lead
this?
us right into
It's so
finals?
goofy.
Are y'all seeing this blatant sabotage?
No, baby girl,
Dwee,
get outta
that
here.
is
This
so
is what the
rude.
table's
I can't
supposed
believe
to
you do
be.
that to me.
That was so
No.
funny. Just seeing the cookies just drop, and he was like, "It's not what it looks like." No,
Okay.
Dwee, it looks exactly what it looks like.
Go
actually.
look
I
it
lost
up.
the
It has a
table.
little. It's
All
got
right,
its
here we go.
mouth
We
on the
found
bottom.
it.
It's got a little spike coming off its chin. It wasn't a tooth.
Well, thank you everybody in Twitch chat for having my back. I appreciate it.
Of course, congrats.
Thank you.
I would have voted for Joe's if I didn't have
Thank
my
you.
own.
I put a
so.
lot of work
Well
into that
deserved.
Armors and Ceruledge combination there, and it should be. Thank you that my hard work has been recognized.
Of
and
course,
appreciated.
someone has to, right?
Anyway, there will be one person leaving this venue happier than me right now at the
Yeah.
conclusion of our next match. As it's finally time, Jake,
maybe I
to get
didn't click
into
the
our
buy button or
Masters
some shit.
finals here at the San Antonio Regional Championship.
salty.
Giovanni Costa versus Raghav Malavia, as we
Let's
said,
go.
an all-California final.
I am so excited for this. I really have loved watching both Gio and Raghav play through this tournament so far. It's been great to see how strong, again, like this Life Orb Farigiraf has been, but also Gio is bringing back the Choice Specs Golden Go. A lot of Golden Go lately have been the Nasty Plot variants, either with a boosting item like a Life Orb or a Metal Coat, or a more bulkier variant with the leftovers, but Gio going straight for the damage, bringing back the Regulation A staple, the Steel Terra Choice Specs Golden Go, just firing off as many Make It Rains as possible to get some big damage. And we saw that come through in a big way in Gio's top 4 match versus Joe Ugarte.
and both these trainers having Ogerpon Wellspring Mask, where Hearthflame has definitely dominated so much on this weekend. But let's take a look. Let's start with Giovanni Costa, a player who is so invested in the history of competitive Pokemon, and he's looking to make history here as he is looking for his first regional championship.
Yeah, I mean, Gio, again, has been around for a long time, has been a fixture at these top tables, has made multiple day 2s throughout this year so far, but looking to finally move into the Champions Hall of Fame in Pokemon. You can see a bunch of top 8s at regionals, as well as a big top 16 finish at Worlds back in 2016. That was kind of when he started to kind of burst onto the scene, was those big finishes at the Orlando and Worlds events in 2016. But since then, has stayed, you know, in the cultural like zeitgeist of VGC.
Now,
has always been
doing
someone
this here,
who's
or are we doing it back where we were?
But also someone who's just also very good at battling at the same time. We're going to see the team that Gio has been running. We've seen it all weekend. It is the Fluttermane, Ogerpon Wellspring, Farigiraf, Urshifu Single Strike, Iron Hands, and Golden Go.
Yeah, and this combination, obviously these Pokemon by themselves, they're not taking anybody off guard. It's the individual decisions that Gio has made. For example, the Life Orb on Farigiraf instead of, say, Rocky Helmet or something. Even Protect, which most Pokemon don't have. Choice Specs Focus Blast Psyshock on the Golden Go is completely different than the norm on most Golden Go.
We saw Psyshock, I forget if it was top 4 or an earlier match this weekend, but we saw Psyshock do a huge chunk of damage to an Iron Hands in a situation where that's exactly what it needed to do. So these unique movesets paying off well, and I think Focus Blast, kind of one of the big targets in Focus Blast coming out from Golden Go would be a Kingambit, and that is exactly what Raghav is packing. So even possibly a chance we see that coming here.
Well, at least fortunately for Gio, there's no Articuno on the other side of this matchup, as that was a pretty crazy back and forth when that happened on stream. Instead, he's going to have to face off against Raghav Malavia, one of the most consistent trainers in North America. NAIC finalist this past summer, back-to-back top 4s at Toronto and Sacramento this past October, and then the 2019 Anaheim regional champion. So it's been a number of years since he's actually won the big regional title.
Of course, yeah. Finally breaking through that top 4 barrier they'd been running into for a little bit this year at the regional championships. But here in the finals, trying to make one more step further to become a multi-time regional champion, running this team of Clefairy, Landorus Incarnate, Rillaboom, Kingambit, Hisuian Arcanine, and Ogerpon. We keep talking about it, Joe, but again, this is the last shot Arcanine has to make it into the, you know, I'm losing a word here, to take home the crown for every single major event in Regulation E in North America, and even over in Europe too. And so I think it was the only Arcanine in top 8, and it's made it all the way here.
Going for the Regulation E sweep in North America, but let's not even focus on Arcanine. Let's talk about that Clefairy, truly the MVP of that last set against Justin Burns, with Friend Guard being able to reduce the amount of damage your teammates take. It's almost like, you know, a pseudo additional bulk on your Pokemon that you don't even need to invest in.
Yeah, it provides so much utility. That damage reduction just from existing on the field is super useful. We saw it come in handy multiple times in the top 4 match against Justin Burns. And something else to call out is that Moonblast on Clefairy. Most people, when they run Clefairy, don't have any kind of attacking moves. We saw Adi Supermanian yesterday with the Struggle Clefairy being its only source of damage in a match against Alex Underhill. But Raghav opting not to use Sing, which is often the move that people use in that 4th slot, and going for Moonblast instead. I really like that, just because it makes Clefairy not a sitting duck in situations where you just need a tiny bit of damage to close out a game, to break a Focus Sash, to prep a KO for something else, and you're not only relying on the helping hand for the damage boosting there.
Yeah, for sure. I also agree with you on the Moonblast over Sing. I understand the utility that Sing can provide 55% of the time, let's say, when it actually works, but you might as well have Moonblast always be able to secure breaking Focus Sashes like we saw against the Chien-Pao in the prior set against Justin Burns. And even if it's just a little bit of damage, who knows, that little bit might be what you need for Landorus Incarnate to be able to pick up a KO.
It is indeed, Joe. We're going to have to take a quick little break here. We're having some technical issues here with our finals match, but please stick around. We'll be back very soon to bring you our finals match here in San Antonio, Texas.
No technical issues.
I started playing the original main series games as a little kid, took a break for a while, started playing Pokemon Go in 2016, took a bit of a hiatus like a lot of people, and got into PvP in around 2020. My first competitive Pokemon memory, I did karate when I was a little kid, and my friend Patrick, he's actually the one that introduced me to like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Scizor. I like the sleek metallic look of Scizor. There's a lot of amazing people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community, and he's so exciting with his shoutcasting. I don't think our competitive scene would be where it's at without him.
It's
favorite Pokemon video game has to be Pokemon Go. I mean, it's what I spend a lot of time playing, and it's given me a lot of opportunities, so Pokemon Go. If I could battle one trainer from anywhere, it would be trainer tips in a YouTube video. I challenge you. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the relationships you develop with people. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be successful at some of these regionals and such, but more so than winning prizes or accolades, having people genuinely excited to see you succeed and developing these friendships is what really usurps everything for me. Ice cream over popcorn. So many flavors, sweet treat, can't go wrong with a bowl of ice cream for dessert. If I won the World Championship, first person I call would have to be my mom. My whole family's been really supportive of me. It's not the traditional thing to say. I want to pursue Pokemon Go YouTube content full time, and they've had my back, so I appreciate them for that. Gotta go with Charmander as my starter. Charizard, another favorite. I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So can't go wrong with Charmander.
Behind the teal mask is a Pokemon with an adorable complexion, but one with immense power. The DLC's flagship Pokemon is one you need to prepare for or even use in Regulation Set E. At a glance, Ogerpon has high attack and speed stats, and a powerful signature move called Ivy Cudgel. But the really interesting part is its masks. Each mask gives Ogerpon a different ability and changes its type and Terra type. Which one you choose for your team will make a big impact. Because when Ogerpon terrestrializes, it takes on a brand new ability called Embody Aspect, which boosts a particular stat depending on the mask worn every time it joins the field. Ogerpon's default form is the teal mask, making it a pure grass type. Its Defiant ability makes it a huge deterrent to intimidate users like Landorus Therian form. The teal mask is also the only form that can hold an item as well, making it highly versatile. And when you're on the back foot, you can Terra and get a speed boost to turn a match on its head. Holding the Half Flame mask makes Ogerpon a grass and fire type, and gives an attack boost when terrored. Ivy Cudgel now becomes a fire move, complementing the grass coverage very well. And with Mold Breaker as the ability, you can crucially hit Heatran with fire moves right through its flash fire ability. With the Wellspring mask equipped, Ogerpon becomes a grass and water type. It has Water Absorb to heal up from water moves, and makes great use of Follow Me, thanks to the special defense boost it gets when terrored. Finally, the Cornerstone mask adds the rock typing. With this mask, it has the Sturdy ability, so it can survive any one move. Plus, it gains a defense boost when it goes for the Terra to be able to take on even more attacks. Thanks to the vast array of abilities, types, and free stat boosts on offer, Ogerpon will find its home on any team. So trainers, which mask will you choose for your next tournament?
Right there.
Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
These sweet babies just walking on the rocks. I love the lore of a pro wrestling cat living in the mountains so they can train.
You know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's
hey,
trying to have a good time.
Shiny
as well,
Litten
so
is white, right? I know Shiny Incineroar is, but is that the same
and,
for Litten?
Things in the game. That's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving him a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you like return like a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
And we are back here at the finals of the San Antonio Regional Championships.
Thank you very much, Trey. Appreciate you.
In the Masters division, we have.
And guys,
so
it looks like we're in our last 45 minutes or so. Yeah,
very
guys.
much invested in the outcome
got a nice
of this
donation
finals. The final
last
champion
night, which is cool.
that will be crowned this calendar year of 2023 will either be Giovanni Casa or Raghav Malavia.
Thank you for sticking with us, everyone. We are already here, and like Joe said, we're going to have a fantastic game between Raghav and Gio. Just to kind of recap, they have made it all the way here to the finals after 9 rounds yesterday, 5 more rounds of Swiss this morning, and 2 grueling top cut matches in top 8 and top 4. They have made it all the way through and are fighting to become the regional champion of San Antonio, Texas. 2 California players that jumped over here to play some Pokemon, have some fun, and take home a medal.
Now, one thing I'm just going over here, sitting here looking at the team sheets, Jake, and seeing how these teams might interact. Of course, we talked about Clefairy, who's a fairy type, but Shuian Arcanine also has Terra Fairy on his end, and the Landorus is, sure, it's not going to intimidate, but might be tough to deal with. I'm wondering how the Urshifu single strike is going to shake out in this specific matchup.
It's interesting because the single strike is slightly better into King Gambit. It double resists those dark type moves, whereas the rapid strike only single resists. And once those Swords Dances start adding up, that can become pretty relevant. Unfortunately for the Urshifu, it's probably like the one thing Clefairy can one-hit KO with a Moonblast, because it doesn't have the greatest special defense and now is double weak to that fairy typing. But just looking at the rest of Raghav's team, it is actually a big benefit into the Ogerpon. You don't have to worry about any kind of water absorbs coming out from that Ogerpon Wellspring. You have the option to go for those big Wicked Blows if that's what Gio is opted to. And I think multiple times on stream, we've seen Gio kind of rely on that Urshifu and even terrestrialize it at some points to get some massive damage out with that Wicked Blow.
The limb that lives up at the peak is white or not.
Of course, all 6 Pokemon are very valuable for Gio in this matchup, but specifically I'm really focusing in on this Booster Energy Fluttermane with access to Icy Wind. It's going to be the fastest thing out there, fastest non-prankster Pokemon out there, I should say. And if those Icy Winds are going to lower the opponent's speed, is that for, say, the Urshifu to help it out, or is that really for maybe the Choice Specs Golden Go so that you can get a Make It Rain off before it gets hit?
Why not both, Joe? I think it could be either.
Okay, no, those.
Just looking at the team, those are the 2 biggest damage dealers, I would think, especially that Choice Specs Terra Steel Golden Go. If you're able to get some Icy Winds going, lower the speed of the opposing Pokemon, that gives you the option to go for some huge damage with those Make It Rains, and that's something that Gio has certainly been doing all day today.
Yeah, and with the Fluttermane, Frigoraph, and Rillaboom, the Assault Vest on Raghav's, the Assault Vest on Rillaboom is going to be very important against those special attackers, because who knows how much Raghav has calced against Life Orb Frigoraph.
Yeah, that's going to be really important. The Terra Poison on Rillaboom isn't something we see too often, and I think in this case, probably not something Raghav will want to opt for, because you do have to worry about the Frigoraph. You're going to turn that Psyshock into super effective damage, which is certainly something you have to worry about, even though you are holding that Assault Vest. I think notably the Rillaboom is using U-Turn and not something like High Horsepower, so if the Rillaboom is stuck on the field against Gio's Golden Go, that could be an issue, especially because there's no way to terrestrialize into a Steel Resistance. You're going to be taking the full-powered Make It Rains, and just looking at all of Raghav's team, the only things that have the option to resist that Make It Rain would be the Ogerpon and the King Gambit if it does not terrestrialize.
Ogerpon Wellspring Mask, of course, is going to be important on this matchup for both of these trainers, as they have access to it. You mentioned the Water Absorb ability, being able to just straight up eat any water attacks that are hit in that slot. So these IV Cudgels are definitely definitely not very safe to click sometimes if the other side has Ogerpon.
Especially because it's a Wellspring mirror, right? So you have to worry about, if I have my Ogerpon out, I can't really go for Ivy Cudgel, especially if the Ogerpon is on the other side of the field already. But even you have to worry about it like swapping into an Ivy Cudgel and just healing instead of taking any damage. So if both of these trainers opt to bring their Ogerpon to these battles, it's something they just have to keep in mind.
Yeah, this is going to be such an exciting matchup as our trainers are getting ready there in the team preview going over their squads. You have the Dark Typer Shifu Single Strike versus Dark Type King Gambit. A special attack Flutter Mane versus special attack Landorus Incarnate. They're filling out similar roles but using different Pokemon for them.
They truly are, and it's going to be really cool to see how it works out. I think a big key here is going to be this Golden Go. If Geo can position the Golden Go in such a way that it's not having to worry about taking like a big Kowtow Cleave from King Gambit, it's not going to have to be taking something like an Earth Power from this Landorus. It's going to be a big deal for Geo because these Make It Rains are going to be hurting a lot. Clefairy can help out with the Friend Guard, but if it takes one Make It Rain itself, it probably just gets one hit KO'd, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can see so much deliberation going on screen because start of game one, you want to have the momentum on your side. Of course, this is the final best of 3 of the weekend, so it's not just winning the game, it's also winning turn 0 sometimes, having the best lead.
It is, especially one thing to note about these teams too is that this Icy Wind Flutter Mane that we've been talking about appears to be the only kind of speed control in the game for either player. I know, well, Geo has Trick Room as well, so Raghav just doesn't have speed control.
Sorry, the no Tornadus way.
Right, exactly, yeah, there's no Tailwind. There's no Tornadus getting these priority Tailwinds, even some Icy Winds off. And that's going to be something that, we've seen a lot throughout Regulation E, but has not made as big a splash here in San Antonio at the very end of the format.
Yeah, isn't that fitting that we spend the last couple of months with Tornadus or Shifu Rapid Strike dominating the format, and we will finish it with neither of them winning the regional here in San Antonio. So this should be exciting. Everybody get excited watching along at home and watching here in the venue between Giovanni Costa and Raghav Malavia. On the top of your screen will be Landorus Incarnate and Clefairy for Raghav. Versus the bottom of your screen with a Golden Ghost Flutter Mane combo. Double Ghost for Geo.
Double Ghost and double big special attacking threat here. I think as long as the Golden Go on Geo's side is trained such that it's going to outspeed a -1 speed Landorus, this is kind of really bad for Raghav. The Landorus here kind of has to swap out. Clefairy can't really take a Make It Rain. King Gambit here is probably going to come in, try and catch an Icy Wind with a Defiant attack boost, but it will also have to take a big Make It Rain for its troubles.
Yeah, we talked about how important turn 0 is, and it looks like Geo has won that. So what will happen here on turn 1? Raghav has to make the adjustment, bringing King Gambit into that Landorus slot. And Giovanni will terrestrialize his King Gambit into a Steel type to get even more damage from Choice Specs Make It Rain. The Icy Wind is going to be the locked in, though. So Geo looking to actually miss this would actually been
nice,
better
right?
for him. Instead, King Gambit will swap in on the Icy Wind speed drop and gain 2 stages of attack increase.
Great swap for Raghav, both for the Icy Wind Defiant boost and also because the King Gambit is one of a few things that will resist this Make It Rain. However, a Choice Specs Terrasteel Make It Rain should still do a good chunk to King Gambit.
Ready for
but
it.
the Friend Guard absolutely massive from the Clefairy there because this King Gambit came in on a Choice Specs Terrasteel massively high base power move in the form of Make It Rain, and it's still well over half HP, and this King Gambit now is at +2 attack. Sucker Punch probably KOs this Golden Ghost, certainly KOs the Flutter Mane. It's going to be a very scary King Gambit to deal with if you're a Geo here, especially because this Flutter Mane cannot terrestrialize into the Pure Fairy type to take resisted damage. It does not have Dazzling Gleam to damage this King Gambit through Follow Me. Its only spread move is Icy Wind, and one more Icy Wind right now would be pretty bad.
Yeah, well, the Follow Me is going to stop any Moon Blast that would be going towards the King Gambit slot. Instead, they're going to hit into a Fairy, which is almost half of its HP. Can this -1 special attack Make It Rain be enough to take out the Clefairy? It's the Clefairy, definitely, but not enough for the King Gambit. There's the critical hit.
A little bit of an unfortunate critical hit there, but King Gambit will still stick around, be able to KO either of these 2 Pokemon on Geo's side of the field here with a Kowtow Cleave. It's going to be this Golden Go, which will get knocked out. It takes, the Clefairy and most of the King Gambit down with it, so not too bad if you're Geo there. A pretty good trade of that Golden Go now, but this King Gambit still is at +2 attack. Thankfully, from that critical hit, it does look like it is in range for something like a Sucker Punch from this Urshifu, which would even protect the Flutter Mane from taking a Sucker Punch on the way too.
There is the Rillaboom though, so Raghav has revealed all 4 of their Pokemon in Game 1. Landorus Incarnate is sitting in the back, waiting for the moment to switch back in. Urshifu Single Strike does have the Focus Sash, so Gio at least knows it has to take more than 1 hit to KO it.
And the nice thing about this Urshifu as well is that it is going to really just bounce that Sucker Punch right off. Like, you have the option to maybe try and Sucker Punch the Kingambit yourself and attack before it can move, but even if you do opt to just go for like a Wicked Blow, it's really not going to do any damage to the Urshifu itself. Rillaboom and Kingambit both attacking to protect from Urshifu and Flutter Mane this turn. Makes sense just to burn the Fake Out. The recovery from Kingambit there, probably not a huge deal if you are Gio, because it's still in range for something like a Wicked Blow.
Yeah, the Wicked Blow and the Urshifu's, basically any of its dark attacks are just going to be really strong, even in a resisted scenario. But that full health Rillaboom with an Assault Vest is definitely feeling nice against the Flutter Mane.
Flutter Mane is going to swap out here, not wanting to take either a Sucker Punch or a Grassy Glide to be KO'd. Ogerpon comes onto the field next to this Urshifu instead.
All right, so that is the Sucker Punch. It doesn't go towards Flutter Mane. Instead, it's into Urshifu to break the Focus Sash. That's a critical hit as well, so it's a lot of damage. Close combat on a low HP Kingambit. It secures the knockout, but at the cost of lowering both of Urshifu's defenses by 1 stage. So now Rillaboom, if it targets into that slot, will have a super strong Wood Hammer and -1 defense. No, it's into Ogerpon. Instead, still a 1-hit KO on the switch in.
What a great turn for Raghav there. You get a big chunk of damage on the Urshifu, you break its Focus Sash and bring it down lower. The Urshifu is now locked on the field at -1 defense and special defense, and Rillaboom takes a huge KO on the Ogerpon coming in. That means that the Ogerpon is no longer there to redirect any attacks away from either the Flutter Mane or the Urshifu, and this Landorus on Raghav's side of the field now has the option to threaten some big damage with Earth Powers and Sandsear Storms. Still, however, does have to worry about this Icy Wind from Flutter Mane.
I was going to say the Icy Wind, both of Raghav's Pokemon are currently weak to the Ice attack. Sure, it's a weak attack, but any super effective damage will be valuable. As we saw, though, Giovanni did lock in the double protect on this turn, so just wanting to play it safe against both of Raghav's Pokemon.
You have to wonder if Gio is trying to make sure that Urshifu can survive something like a Grassy Glide. You know, the -1 defense from the close combat does leave it slightly more vulnerable to attacks from either of these Pokemon, and by protecting, you get a little bit more Grassy Terrain recovery, put yourself in a better spot for this coming turn. However, I don't see a way that Gio has to KO both of Raghav's Pokemon at once. So it looks like there's probably going to be a knockout taken by Raghav on this turn, especially because Gio did just protect both. If he wants to try and protect another one, I believe we saw 2 attacks go into the Urshifu there. He can possibly try to go for a double protect there, but it's only a 30% chance. Even if you do, I don't think Flutter Mane can take a KO on its own here. So a rough spot for Gio, despite the big damage with the Kingambit knockout a couple turns ago.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors. Obviously, one, Icy Wind can miss, and it's a low special attack move there. Base power, I should say. Icy Wind does double connect onto both of Raghav's Pokemon, though.
Landorus
completely taken out. The critical hit on the Rillaboom.
The double crit!
The double crit!
What?
Lando's down!
No way!
That is not low base power anymore when you get a double
Oh my
crit
God.
Icy Wind.
Oh, that is insane. That's exactly what you needed.
At half HP on the Rillaboom. There's the critical hit we all expected, since that always critically strikes.
Oh my goodness.
Giovanni Costa absolutely bringing that back from the clutches of defeat to have a victory game 1.
What was that? Oh my gosh. I think the critical hit on Rillaboom is neither here nor there, but I think the
Look, he feels so dirty. He feels so dirty.
Despite it being double super effective, not
guys,
the highest
I
base
don't
move,
understand.
in terms of base power. And if the Landers had the chance to attack there, Sandsear Storm, if it connected, would have KO'd
all
both
the
targets,
apologizing
or an Earth
and
Power
shit
would have KO'd
when you
either
get
one, and then you have
crits.
the Grassy Glide
Like,
to finish off the game from there.
let-
So a really,
let
really
the
big
butthurt
critical hit there
happen.
from
Like,
that Flutter Mane.
it's part
the
of
Urshifu
the
kind of giving its critical hit
game.
energy over to
I'm
the
never
Flutter
gonna
Mane
be,
for
like,
that
mad at
turn,
a
and putting
motherfucker
Gio up
for
1
getting a
game to
crit.
0
Like,
in this
he's
finals
like-
match.
like,
That
oh,
is
shit,
the
man, I'm
most
sorry.
insane
Like,
thing I've
you
ever
could tell.
seen, Joe.
So now,
Come on,
how do you
dude.
play
You won
this
that
game
shit.
too?
Own it,
Because
man.
do you just
That's
press
wild.
your luck since you kind of,
And it
as we
sucks
look
for
at the
Raghav,
replay,
but
you started, it
hey,
didn't really start
it's
that
part
great.
of the
Give
game.
Icy Wind
Raghav
Defiant
knows
boost over
you
to
don't
Kingambit.
get as
Your
good
Vacant
as
Range
as,
were resisted
they
as
get
well,
without
but you
knowing
came out victorious
that
even though
little
it didn't
fact.
start in your best benefit. So you kind of play risky, or what do you try to close it out in 2 games? Do you not even think about going for a risk because you have maneuverability. If you lose, there's at least a game 3 in your spot.
Even though the King Gambit came in and got that icy win, Defiant attack boost, I really think the start of that game was
it's so unlucky for Raghav. It's the game we play, yeah. I'm sure in the finals match it might hurt a bit more though.
Oh hell yeah, in range for something like the close combat or the wicked blow.
I would want to be
like,
puking,
maybe
but,
it could have been something you could have closed out
not
there.
We gotta know from the bottom to the top. Every level we play at.
Here sealing it. For Geo there, I think that's something that
Luck's always been part of it.
Especially because the Flutter Main isn't even special attack boosting, it's the speed booster set.
Very big chance element to it.
And it's not an ice type either. Exactly. Maybe if Iron Bundle got it, you kind of understand it, right? But Flutter Main does not. So yeah, Raghav definitely having to make an adjustment, maybe get more value out of your Defiant King Gambit than just a couple of attacks while you have the boost.
Well, that's true. I guess it took one of the make it range it took was a critical hit.
That's insane. Like that's that type of shit that happens. That's a heart of the cards moment right there for the other guy, you know.
Both players. If you're Geo,
it's like you have the opportunity to do it, man. If that happened, I might actually be able to get out of this really shitty situation that more than 9 times out of 10, I probably wouldn't be able to get out of. It happens? Yeah, take that. 7 minutes on the timer. We can do another sandwich after this. That's like 3K difference between first and second. Yeah, hell yeah. The pocket's going to feel it. Pocket's going to feel that. But it's part of the opportunity cost.
Into the poison type to resist this Dazzling Gleam, but you don't resist Make It Rain.
And yeah, Trey, sounds good. We can do another sandwich after this. I'm going until about, well, I got a little extra time today, a little after 5:30. I can keep going.
It will be taking a full power Icy Wind to Make It Rain from this Golden Go. Not even, double protecting to try and bait like a -1 special attack to Make It Rain. It's all just happening immediately. Clefairy protects the Landers does not.
Time of need, yes. Bro pulled Exodia.
Really, all eyes are on Landers Incarnate right now. Icy Wind not fully accurate, however, it does land onto Landers at this point, taking considerably less damage when you are not crit and not 4 times weak to the ice attack. But here is a choice Specs Terra Steel Make It Rain into
he's
Landers.
scared.
What can
He's like,
do? Can they endure?
You don't want to take that icy wind again.
Lando goes down in 1 hit.
Imagine being a big beast like Landers, but in both forms.
This game for Geo. That is a massive turn of events here.
From the most
now,
powerful.
Even if the King Gambit comes in to take on this Golden Go, you don't even need the Icy Wind anymore. You have no reason to try and activate that Defiant. And more importantly, if the Urshifu is in the back, Urshifu will cleanly handle this King Gambit.
Right, the Landers was really the only Pokemon you wanted to Icy Wind so that Wicked Blow would outspeed or Urshifu would outspeed.
Exactly.
Now you don't need it.
Rough shape, yeah, he's in his head. He got in his head with that one. But also he was in such a trash position with Landorus. Landorus, opening with Landorus was the only answer.
It's 2 special attackers on the other side. Still going to be a lot of damage.
He could have gone either way there with Flutter and with
Raghav, hoping for a critical hit in the response, but no, does not
I just
get it. So
despawned an entire gaggle of these Litten. Nobody was shiny, but I was like, yo, that's kind of
just barely hangs on.
And you have to think, now that we know that King Gambit didn't come to this game,
I thought they knew something I didn't, but I was like, Lando ain't living this turn with Terra Make It Rain, absolutely.
It doesn't have access to any kind of priority moves. So maybe if you want to swap this Golden Go out, save it for later, and then maybe Icy Wind this Ogerpon for the Golden Go to come back in.
Got in their head. Definitely got in their head on that last win. He's got some big shit to come back from.
To Make It Rain, so of course its special attack was dropped 2 different times. Want to reset that special attack for later in the game. Raghav will swap Clefairy back into the Rillaboom slot. Icy Wind connecting onto both of these Pokemon. Crucially, only really mattering that the Ogerpon's speed has been dropped by 1 stage. Horn Leech is a lot with the critical hit. You don't even need Ivy because of the crit because Horn Leech got it.
Horn Leech gets the KO there. The grassy terrain helping out a lot.
Like we gotta stay
and
pretty
nice
close
to reheal some of that damage it took from the Icy Wind and from the Make It Rain. However, it is now at -1 speed. So if Golden Go comes in, it will be outspeeding this Ogerpon. Rillaboom cannot switch in to Make It Rain. It will get knocked out. Clefairy can't take a Make It Rain either, as it also will get knocked out. And remember that there is no option for Raghav to terrastalize either of their Pokemon remaining because the Landorus did take that Terra before going down. So Golden Go now in a very strong offensive position. Ogerpon still does resist, but the Farigiraf with the Life Orb, Psyshock, and Hyper Voice is able to follow up with some great damage next to it.
It's not like Raghav has Wide Guard that can stop these spread attacks, potential Make It Rain, and the Hyper Voice coming into Rogov's direction. The Clefairy will protect just to keep the friend guard active on the field, reducing the damage this Ogerpon takes.
Like
that is an ineffective attack. But
look,
what
I know
does
that
Giovanni's choreograph go for? This Ivy Cudgel is finally going to connect into Golden, but it's not enough. Gio hangs on at 8 HP, and here's a Life Orb Side Shock, bringing Ogerpon down into the ring.
It's going to be so close for this Make It Rain to possibly KO. Again, no priority moves on Ogerpon, so it will have to take one more Make It Rain, as well as the Clefairy sitting on the field. If Clefairy wants to swap out and maybe protect itself from this Make It Rain, that means you lose the friend guard, so Ogerpon probably goes down. And you still have to worry about Frigoraph as well. The Life Orb Side Shock there doing a big chunk to Ogerpon. Giovanni is pinning Raga very hard with this really strong offensive threat in the form of Golden Go.
This is such a difficult spot because Ragov, sure, you have some recovery while grassy terrain is on the field, but the question is how much can you recover, especially since Rillaboom has already taken so much damage.
It has. Like, Rillaboom is, I believe, just barely hanging on. So any kind of Hyper Voice or Slash Shock or even like a -2 or 3 Make It Rain will be enough for the KO here, and Ragov has some very difficult choices to make. Clefairy swaps out, Friend Guard no longer on the field. Will this be enough for Ogerpon to hang on?
Yeah, Rillaboom switches into that position.
All right, so somebody teach me how to build my Primarina.
That makes sense. Ragov kind of sacrificing the Rillaboom to the altar of Make It Rain so you can get Clefairy back onto the field on the next turn. But here is the Terra Steel Make It Rain, the 4th Make It Rain. Gio's been able to click in this game and gets another knockout.
And Rillaboom goes down here, so now Clefairy has to come back in. And what that importantly means is Ragov can no longer swap out the Ogerpon, reset the speed drop, and attack before this Golden Go.
Yeah,
Golden Go will remain faster than Ogerpon for the remaining of this, for the remainder of this game, rather.
Now
it is, I believe, at -4 special attack
you
now.
probably want hidden ability
Gio still
with
has
Hyper
the 4th
and
Pokemon.
Hyper
Gio
Voice.
can very easily swap out Golden Go, bring it back in later on, knowing that it will still outspeed this Ogerpon, reset those special attack drops, and even has the chance to kind of finish this game with Frigoraph itself. Like, yeah, you can't Side Shock the Ogerpon because Clefairy probably goes for Follow Me, but Frigoraph has a Hyper Voice of its own, which even through the Friend Guard with the Life Orb might just be enough for the KO.
Yeah, Clefairy is able to redirect the Side Shocks. We saw Gio was kind of hovering Side Shock versus Hyper Voice, deliberating between those two options on only one way to stop it with the Follow Me. It would be the Side Shock.
Just
Hyper
died.
Voice would work onto either slot. Here is a -2 Make It Rain from the Golden Go into the Ogerpon. Does not get a KO onto either of Ragov's Pokemon. What can Ogerpon Wellspring do in this spot to bring him back into the game? The Horn Leech, at least, even though ineffective, still gets the KO onto Golden Go. But now Frigoraph gets to attack against 2 low HP Pokemon on Ragov's end. Golden Go goes down, but it has done more than enough in this matchup. There's the Hyper Voice, and that's gonna do it. And Dragonite proudly watching from the sideline as Gio
got in his head.
wins his first
those
regional
crits.
championship at the San Antonio
Got
Regional
in their head, I'm sorry.
Championship.
What an incredible match for Gio there. He played
Guys,
that
get away
match
from
so
me, please,
incredibly
guys,
well,
get away from
especially
me.
that second game. He had so much offensive output with that Golden Go,
Nick's
with the
ready.
Flutter Mane. Oh, look at all his friends celebrating with him. That's so cool. I love this so much. Gio's such a great guy and deserves this more than anyone else I can think of.
That
So
was
it's not at all a shock to see so many people rallying around him after such a great
that's
performance here in San
enough
Antonio.
of
That's so exciting.
That. Sorry, guys. It's done. It's done. It's gone away. That was fun. Doing one of those. What other like random things can I watch while we shiny hunt? Yeah, he definitely dropped them. Same stuff, basil and spicy. Salty. Basil and a salty. Go with that. totally was. Did you? They're promoted this week, yeah? Like it was intense, right? Alright, that alright? You feel like your ears are getting blown out by the sounds of smooth jazz, R&B, and lo-fi beats. Alright, last 30 minutes on this thing. And probably last time we said it on after using getting talked into the thing again. Last time we didn't have a lot of time. This time we had time. It was cool getting the top play off, but didn't both feel like a successful. And all my, not nearly all of my, but some of my competitive desires will kind of be fulfilled because at least I got that cool. If you have Amazon, oh wait, that was my own Streamlabs, Jesus. It's a touch louder than your voice now, but I can at least make out what you're saying better. Oh, it's that thing that's happening again, where for some reason it's not as loud for some people. Because I'm listening to it right now, and it sounded good. Listening to it right now, check. Check. Oh yeah, it's even doing it on my end. Let's see. How's now? Yeah, damn, that's really annoying. So fucking weird. At least you know if I turn that down, it helps when this happens. But right now, it's literally no different than what it is. I usually have my Spotify all the way up, and you guys can hear me for most of the times. But whenever this like thing happens. But when this thing happens, I guess it's like my voice just gets quieter, and it makes the music sound like it is overpowering. Like just now, I just had the YouTube all the way up, and I don't know how I sounded. I feel like you guys can hear me most of the time. I had it open too, you know, listening to my voice as I'm speaking. Why are these despawning so fast? Like, I've seen a few in the distance. They weren't shiny, but like, if they were, they'd be fucking gone. What's up with that? Ad break coming in about 90. Oh wait, no, it's starting now. My bad.
In a lot of ways, they start off in the eggs. Big, beady eyeballs and a pair of talon legs. Crossing the road, you gotta be quick and not a doggy or a kitten. But it's a chicken. Chicken, 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 chicken.
Yo, the game music and this music are kind of hidden together. Usually I can have Spotify up so loud that you can't hear the game music, but right now I can hear both and it's kind of lit. Are you killing to force spawns? Oh, that was on the perfect time. Cute baby. Cute baby. What a cute baby. flying controls are kind of annoying. Like, bruh. That was a whole ass ordeal. It's crazy. You get all those random other starter outbreaks, but you can't go on and go with them. You know what the people want. Well, where are you, bruh? Because this is definitely worse. When we're not near each other, it's definitely worse. Platforms seem good. Go back and forth. So the sandwich is done. We got 15 minutes. And we do this. Shiny luck. I already boarded this. I don't feel bad. I only got mine on this copy of the second track. It's gonna be worth it. But yes, I'm not making a habit of this. That outbreak was everything. That seemed to really make a difference. I mean, or at the very least, I mean, is this as good as an outbreak? The only thing you're missing is not being able to do the 60 kill thing. But also, like, not just having a clear place where we can go back and forth easily. Sorry. This is like fine, but this takes some time. This going to the other side thing. It's good. It's a good spot, but oh yes, that's right, because you add the sandwich too. Yeah. So the outbreak made a big difference. And this is basically just the sandwich. So this is about the odds that we had when we were going for the Iron Hands, yeah? You get your dues completed and your shiny charm, you also have to increase that. Yeah, I'm definitely down for some Dexen. That sounds like a good thing to try to finish. But also not pressed. It's just nice to have shiny Pokemon on the competitive team. I gotta get all my competitive bits. All the other shit before worrying about the shiny bit. Chinese, if I'm gonna lose, I'm gonna look good doing it. That's a great motto. That's a great motto. Much better than YOLO. It's almost the same. still real curious about this lock-on thing that does not seem easy to find. Not many things. God damn it. My damn Primarina's with me. I have to give it a fucking white mochi now. This is why I didn't want to bring it. Wasting the whole mochi. Yeah, guys, it's there. It's there. Get it. Get it. Let's go. I'm naming my boy Lydon Fortune after my girl cat, and I don't care. That other Lidden's like, please catch me, take me from this place. Yo, it avoided a move via my shout. What's that? Ball feels kind of basic at this point. I should put in a Pokeball, huh? Just kidding. Lidden, good fucking And gentlemen, oh, thank you very much, sir. I was like hoping that I would not have to clip that myself. Named after my cat, and my Landorus is now named after its brother. Is complete. Yes, I know what you want, Trey. Let's try not to accidentally get EVs on it like we did, like I just did. You're dumb, Trey. All right, fellas, let the havoc begin. Celebration. The celebration, no, you just live with them, bro. You guys are just friends and whatnot. Yo, what was I doing when I fucking saw this? It was so cool that I just was doing whatever random thing. Got it. Alright, let's get a picture to commemorate this successful hunt, and then I gotta bounce. How do you make them like chill out? Bring them by mine. Mine's chilled out. You got the picture? Alright. I'm gonna do one. This with us, with mine, and then we gotta figure out one together. Oh yeah, trick, get in. Trey, get in. Yeah. Dude, can you get behind me somehow? If you can get behind me somehow, we're good. No, you gotta move over a little bit. Or, okay. If you move, yeah. Okay, hit your pose. Alright, and we're gonna get this expression now. Hey. Trey, are you satisfied with this photo? Are you just gonna do that? You're just gonna stand there? Hey, there we go. Hey, here we go. Alright, so we got that. Let me just make sure. Is this the angle I want? Alright, I just want to make sure. You want to be happy? No. Do you want to be sexy? Yeah, I'm going to be sexy. Alright, let's do this. 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. That's gorgeous. I just clicked share. I don't know what I'm sharing it to. What did I just share that to? Alright, Trey, you're going to teach me how to get that picture off of here onto my phone. And yeah, guys, that'll be it for the day. I'll be back tomorrow. Shit, what time? I don't know. It's posted somewhere. I'm gonna get the schedule updated before I go, maybe tonight or tomorrow for the rest of the week, so you guys can come and support. But yeah, almost halfway through the challenge. You know, we're at 100 out of 500 bucks. If you guys are interested in donating, you can donate from here. You can press the subscribe button that you have right now. There's a link on basically every social media that I have, and you can just ask me as well. So thanks for coming out. Thanks for chilling. Trey, thanks for the hunts. Guys, thanks for the hanging out and supporting the stream. We'll go ahead and raid out. Let me see who's on real quick. And we'll go and raid out. And again, guys, just to hang out for even a couple minutes, just to support and help us continue to build our community by helping others do the same thing. So just seeing who's on real quick. Looks like Josh has a small community. I love Hemi, but Hemi's got a big community. So we can go to the smaller communities for now. Just hook some people up. Yeah, let's go to Josh. Alright guys, we'll hang out with Josh for a sec, but thanks for coming on. I'll see you tomorrow.